I'm going to start the hearing. I think that's, we should get started. Representative, come on forward. And you can introduce your bill, House Bill 1163.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Marjorie Porter, and I represent Hillsborough District 1, the towns of Antrim, Windsor, and historic Hillsborough, which is celebrating its 250th anniversary this year. I come before you this morning to introduce HB 1163 relative to overvoted ballots. I brought before the House a similar bill last year, but it died on the table, and since then, we have had the audit of the 2020 Windham election results to show how important the provisions of this bill are to our fair elections. If the provision of this bill had been in place in 2020, what happened in Windham, where shadows created by folds in the ballot caused the machines to count them as overvotes, would not have been possible. And I hope you don't mind if I fall back on my elementary school teaching days. I have a few audio visuals. An overvote happens when more than the allowable number of votes have been made for an office or a ballot question. So an overvote looks like this. Audience see that. When a voter fills in her ballot like this, in communities with vote counting machines and in communities where hand counting occurs, this voter's choice would not be counted, obviously. But let me show you some other ways that ballots can be marked. Well, this one made a mistake, crossed it out. This one made a mistake, crossed it out, initialed it, and circled the one they wanted. This one, pretty obvious, except see down here, stray marks. Remember when you were in school and you had tests and the teacher told you to erase all your stray marks? Well, the machine counts that. And I'm not sure if you can see this one so well, but this is the shadow that was cast by the fold in probably an absentee ballot. Currently, voters with these types of marked ballots in towns where hand counting occurs will have their votes counted because the voter's intent is clear, and that's the standard we go by. But under our current system, voters in towns where machines count the votes would lose their vote because the machine records as overvotes all of these kinds of marked ballots. So this creates two classes of voters, hand-counted towns, machine-counted towns. The good news is that our machines can be programmed to reject overvoted ballots, returning them to the voter, much like a change machine returns that crinkled dollar bill to you at the laundromat. And there is no extra charge either for having them programmed this way. This is exactly what happens in Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and many, many other states, probably 49 of them, because Section 301 of the HAVA Act of 2005 requires the voter be notified of the overvote, be informed of the consequences, and be given an opportunity to correct it, including completing a new ballot. In fact, when we were researching how other states handle their overvotes, we often were met with a surprise, "You don't do that in New Hampshire?" I have given you a document describing how other states handle overvotes. It's a bunch of emails that I received from different states. Originally, HB 1183 outlined a similar process we would have liked to see happen in New Hampshire. But we heard concerns about parts of it. So we offered an amendment to address those concerns. The Secretary of State was comfortable with the amended version, and it passed the House on a voice vote. That's the bill you have before you today. Simply put, under the provisions of the bill as amended, the voting machine will reject a ballot with an overvote, giving it back to the voter, who will be instructed to place it in an auxiliary bin to be hand counted at the end of the day. Election day voter privacy is protected, as only the voter looks at or handles the ballot. Election day voters and absentee voters are treated in the same manner, with no opportunity to fix errors, and with overvoted ballots from both placed in an auxiliary compartment to be counted at the end of the day. There are others behind me who will offer more reasons to vote in favor of this bill as amended. But what I want to leave you with is this. In the 2020 election in the town of Derry, the machines were programmed to record the number of overvotes. Overall, 4.7% of the ballots had overvotes. On one machine was used solely to count absentee ballots. On that machine, 14.2% of the ballots counted, 570 of them had overvotes. 570 people who voted absentee lost their votes, leading me to believe that the shadow issue found in Windham may have been more widespread than we know. We have very close elections in New Hampshire. Every vote should count. So I hope you will be looking favorably on HB 1193 with a not to pass motion. Thank
Question
you.
from committee members? I do. Current state law says that they can have 2 additional ballots to mark up.
Yes.
Your bill says nothing about being able to get another ballot.
Well, originally, the bill did, Representative, and that was an issue that was of concern to the Secretary of State's office. The original bill included that and also instructions of how to do it, and it was a little bit more complicated, much like the process that you read in Vermont and Massachusetts. But we heard concerns when we presented this bill last year in the House. Those concerns were brought up in testimony, and we consulted with the Secretary of State's office about it this time, and were assured that we're told that if it remained that way, he would not be supporting it, but if we could amend it in the way we amended it, he would give his support, and we felt that that was a better than nothing kind of solution. So at least the overvotes will be looked at by a pair of eyes rather than just the machine under the provisions of this.
In a machine count town, voters are allowed to put the ballot into the machine, but in a hand count town, they are instructed to give that ballot to the moderator such that the moderator can make sure that there's only one ballot going in there. You've mixed the two by saying that the voter would put it in the signed bin. Would you address that, please?
There were issues with the bill, as I said, when we presented it last time, and one major concern was voter privacy. It was a concern that if the ballot went to the moderator, he would be able to see the vote and the voter's privacy would be violated. So in order to meet that condition and that concern, we thought that it would be wise to just let the voter herself put it in the ballot with the instruction of the election workers.
It doesn't address the issue of making sure that there's only one ballot.
I don't know why it wouldn't. The ballot comes out, gives it to the voter, puts it in the machine, it comes back out to him, and he puts it over into the auxiliary container. I don't know where a second ballot might come from.
Again, I've been a I was a moderator for well over 20 years in the city, and I have concern in that issue. All right. The other thing that the new, or what is trying to be a requirement, is to print the long tape. As best I remember, the long tape does tell me about overvotes, which the short tape does not.
That would, my understanding, Senator, from people who have worked in both kinds of towns, that the machine can be programmed to tell the number of overvotes, or it cannot be programmed to tell the number of overvotes. So in Derry, they programmed the machine to count the overvotes, but in other towns, they don't necessarily have to do that. So I don't think it's a requirement now, but I'm sure there's someone from the Secretary of State's office or someone who's also served as a town moderator or clerk that can explain it better than me, as I've not done that job.
Additional questions from committee members? Senator Ward, I saw your hand go up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you showed a couple of examples, and I can see that if the machine spits it out again, you can put it in a basket on the side. What about when you have, and it goes back to the voter, right?
It comes back out to the voter, and the voter puts it in a hand counting basket.
I'm thinking about the case where you had two circles full.
Yes.
So you still need to find out which one is their choice. Or do you just get rid of it?
I'm sure that there are cases where there are overvotes that are legitimate overvotes. People vote for the wrong number of candidates. In a hand-counted town now, eyes look at that and say, they voted for two, they only had one choice, and that vote won't be counted.
Okay, thank
Okay?
you.
And with the machine, they can't look at it to decide what the voter intended, so that's why.
Thank you.
Senator Bertzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So currently, the overvotes are, if your bill goes through and the voters aren't used to the system of it spits back out to us. So when they get the vote, is the moderator going to be there to say, oh, this was either an undervote or this is an overvote? It needs to go over there.
My understanding from the people who have talked to the folks who program these machines, there is a screen at the top of the machine, and that screen can tell the moderator that's an overvoted ballot. Okay, and my understanding also is that ballots are rejected for other reasons too, and usually they try putting them in 3 or 4 times to see if they'll take, but it can be programmed to show that the moderator that it's an overvoted ballot. So when it comes back to the voter and the voter doesn't know why, the moderator can look at the screen and say, this is an overvoted ballot and it needs to be hand counted. So,
Thank you.
Okay,
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
thank you.
Mr. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Alvin C. I live in Loudon, and I'm here on my own behalf, and I am in support of House Bill 1163. This bill provides for the AccuVote machines to return a ballot that the machine thinks has an overvote, and it will be hand counted later. I think this is a way to, it should completely eliminate the machine counted overvotes totally, because all those ballots will be rejected and put in for hand counting, where the voter intent can be judged by humans. And after each election, many machines, the reports show that there are large numbers of overvote. The sponsor testified over 500 of the absentee ballots in Derry had machine counted overvotes. the machine currently does not, on that report for overvotes, distinguish what office had the overvote. And in regards to a question that Senator Gray, you had, there is a separate procedure to get the long report. You actually, after you finish the election, run the undercard, and it runs a report. And you have to turn the machine off, back on, and go through the menu to select long report. And then that'll give you the one that tells you the total number of overvotes, but it doesn't tell you for which office. Part 2 of this bill specifies that it be programmed to show for each office or question that was on the ballot. And while this doesn't need to go on in the text of the bill, it may be appropriate for the Secretary of State as part of the training for local election officials to consider if the in-person voter notices the overvote and warning and wants to get the ballot back and go fix it, he should be allowed to do so without any hassle on that, even though the person working there at the machine should be instructing them just to put it in the side pocket. Also, some of the machines currently reject the ballot for unknown reasons. And this happens frequently during the day. Sometimes they can run them in a different direction and it'll take the ballot. My suggestion there is if it rejects it for any reason other than an overvote, it should also go in the hand count bin. And it might be informative to have the local election officials get the total number of ballots that were set aside for the machine, for each machine, and have that total number, and then out of that total number, see how many of those had real overvotes as compared to smudges and stray marks and some of the marks that Representative Porter showed. And that covers my comments. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
Thank you. Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Ken, Irene.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This, I believe, is a very important bill for election integrity, especially in light of what happened in Windham, New Hampshire in the general election in 2022. This bill has been presented in different forms over the past few sessions, and it's been rejected, and during those times it did not have the support of the Secretary of State. Back last year, I spoke in depth with Secretary Gardner, and earlier this year, I spoke in depth with Secretary Scanlon, specifically about this bill as well as a few others. And one of the reasons why they rejected the previous bills was because they felt that it created two classes of voters. That the people who would submit absentee ballots, if there were overvotes on their ballots, they would not have a chance to correct their ballots. Whereas if the machines were set to reject overvote ballots, that the same-day voter would have the right and the opportunity to correct their ballots. So I suggested to him if Representative who wrote this bill, if she was willing to amend the bill in order to just have an election official instruct the voter that they should place their ballot in the side compartment of the voting machine, would he accept that? And he said, yes, absolutely, because then there's no difference between how the ballots are being rejected. Both ballots would be placed in the side bin of the voting machine, and that wouldn't preclude the opportunity, Senator Gray, for a voter to re-examine their ballot and look at it and see if there's any issues with it. It doesn't eliminate the ability for them to go back and get another ballot and refill that out and have that one marked as one that was spoiled. I see this as an election integrity issue. It's nonpartisan. There are Republicans and Democrats. It's sponsored, prime sponsor is a Democrat, but it also has sponsors that are Republicans. One of those is a representative from Windham. He clearly knows what the issues are because he was the fourth ranking vote receiver in that race. And initially, he had only 24 votes more than the leading Democrat, and that grew to 420 votes. This bill, after reviewing the election results in 2020, this bill does not just address issues in Windham, but if you look at the Merrimack voting machines, they tabulated, one machine in Merrimack tabulated a massive number of 396 overvotes on 1,738 ballots. That's a 22.78% of the ballots. Another machine in Merrimack tabulated only 14 votes on more ballots. That's a 0.75%. Clearly, people are not making errors 22% of the time on their ballots. Those votes and those voters are being disenfranchised, and that's what this bill aims to address. This is an issue that takes place all across New Hampshire. If you look at the ballots in Sandown, in Nashua, in Merrimack, in Derry, I could go on and on and on. This is an issue that has been proven to be a flaw in our machines. That flaw was proven in the audit of the Windham audit last year by Harry Hursty and the other two auditors. They pointed out that there were potential dust issues, and there were other issues associated with folds. And, the machines therefore sometimes assign a vote and attribute a vote when there was none made. And in a race where only a certain number of votes are allowed to be cast, many times it triggers an overvote and none of the votes are counted. So I respectfully and strongly request that you pass this. It passed in the House 19-1. I know they're a different body, and I know you have different ways of looking at things, but this is an important bill. This is only one of many bills that are important. We have to make sure that when people come to the polls to vote, that their votes are counted. And right now, there's thousands and thousands of votes that are not counted. So I ask you to please, vote how to pass on this so that we can get this at the governor's desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Kenneth Tassey, Tassey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of this very important committee. My name is Kenneth Tassey. I'm a resident of the city of Manchester, New Hampshire. I was an observer to the May 2021 audit of the Windham, New Hampshire voting machines. That audit was triggered by the biggest ballot count discrepancy in New Hampshire history. During the audit, I was astounded to learn that paper dust on LED lights, improper maintenance and cleaning of the machines, and creases in the paper ballots could throw off a voting machine count by a significant number. This finding is enough to keep good people from going to the polls to vote. The bill you have before you is one measure that can revitalize confidence in the citizens of New Hampshire that their vote will count. I ask you to please vote yes on HB 1163 and give the voting public assurance that their vote will be accurately tallied. Thank you very much.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next on the list, Tom Murray.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, board. I come here to speak to you in favor of this bill. For the record, my name is Tom Murray. I'm from Windham, New Hampshire. I'm actually one of the individuals that's been involved in this since day one. So to say that I know a little bit about what happened in Windham, New Hampshire would be a little bit of an understatement. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to share with you the systemic problem that this is throughout the state and share with you some information that you might not be aware of. Perhaps you are. So, overvote rates. In New Hampshire, our ballot, we have ballot rotation on the ballots for everyone that's aware. In Windham, we have Republicans in the right-hand column. Democrats were in the left. And what happens is when that fold went through the target oval of Christie St. Laurent, which was the Democratic candidate, it created the fifth vote when only 4 were supposed to be selected. So if you selected a Republican straight ticket, Julia Sodi, Charlie McMahon, Bob Lynn, and Mary Griffin, Christie's line going through that oval would constitute a fifth vote. Therefore, you had an overvote and it wasn't counted. So those voters were actually disenfranchised due to the folds. That's what was one of the conclusions of the SB 43 audit. So I decided that we take a look at other ballots throughout the state and see where we had that situation. We had it quite a bit of times. In Merrimack, as Mr. Iring alluded to earlier, machine number 3 had a 22.78% overvote rate. It was actually machines 3, machines 6, and machines 9 in Merrimack. Manchester Ward 10, machine 8 had a 14.9% overvote rate. Hampton, machine 2, 9.5% overvote rate. Nashua, Ward 8, machine 8, 9.92% overvote rate. Windham's, which we know of, machine 2, 8.91% overvote rate. Goffstown, 9.52, machine number 5. Sandown, machine number 2. I actually spoke in front of Sandown Selectmen, and I actually shared with them. It was actually Representative Jess Edwards, who was right behind me. He was in the 30th and 31st timing marking on the left-hand side. In Sandown, their ballots had Democrats on the right-hand side. So for the first time, Jess Edwards in the 2020 election, he actually outperformed Chris True. That hadn't happened since 2016. 2016, Chris True, number 1 vote getter. 18, number 1 vote getter. Even in the primary months earlier, number 1 vote getter. Christie St. Laurent in Windham was the beneficiary of phantom votes, just like Mr. Edwards was in the 2020 general election because of the placement of his target oval on the ballot. And Democrat voters were actually disenfranchised in Sandown. In Goffstown, similar happened, and Portsmouth as well, machine 3, 5.2% overvote rate. So the bottom line is the audit proved this. The audit can never match the election day results, and that's important. And moreover, during the audit, we took all 10,000 ballots. We placed them through machine 1, 2, 3, and 4. We could never get one machine to match the other machine. They were all off. So they had various overvote rates even during the audit themselves. So the problem is we have an issue with overvotes, and how do we go ahead and fix that? And I think this bill is the best representative way to go ahead and do that. It is a nonpartisan issue. This affects Democrat candidates just as much as it affects Republican candidates. And that's all I have for right now.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Al Brandino? Thank you.
My name is Al Brandino. I'm from Kensington, New Hampshire. And for me, I'm here today to testify in support of 1163. And the reason for me specifically is as citizens, we're losing trust. We're losing trust in our officials. We're losing trust in the voting system here in New Hampshire. Right now, or this year in 2022, there were over 50 bills that were proposed to the Election Law Commission. Not 2 of them, maybe 2 have survived. People are really frustrated. Are the bills perfect? Absolutely not. Is it a beginning? Absolutely. I think we have to start somewhere. And if we don't, we lose trust even further. And an example of that is this last election, we had a third of the voting population turn out in New Hampshire. A third of the people who could actually vote have turned out in this last election to vote. And there's a reason for that, because people are starting to lose faith and trust. So I ask you to really support this, because the challenges are for the Secretary of State and the Department of Justice. No one's ever held accountable. If you look at the history of the Department of Justice and the Secretary of State, really no one's held accountable. Not selectmen, not town clerks, not moderators who make mistakes, unintentionally or intentionally. But there is no, or voting fraud in New Hampshire. There's no real history of going after somebody. So we're at a point, we're really at a precipice, and I urge you, please, to support this bill.
Questions from the senators? Seeing
Thank you.
none, thank you very much. Mary Till.
Good afternoon. My name's Mary Till, and I'm a former town moderator in Derry. And ever since I served on the House Election Law Committee in 2013 and 14, I've made it my mission to make sure that everyone who has an opportunity, who is eligible to vote, has the opportunity to vote and to have their vote accurately and completely counted. 1163, House Bill 1163 is one small step toward that goal. In House Bill 1163, known as the Overvote Bill, it is designed to make sure that every legitimate vote is counted in accordance with the intent of the voter. That's not happening in Derry and many other towns in this state, as you've heard. In Derry in 2020, there were 848 ballots that registered one or more overvoted races. That's nearly 5% of the votes in Derry. And as Representative Porter pointed out, and the moderator chose to send as many absentee ballots through one machine as she possibly could. Ended up being about 2/3 of the absentee ballots, and she found nearly 14% of those had overvoted races. In 2003, the New Hampshire Supreme Court established in the McDonough Ballot Law Commission case that the intent of the voter is the legal standard for counting votes. In hand count towns, that's the way votes are counted. In machine count towns, they are not. It's the way that the machine reads the vote, regardless of the intent of the voter. Despite efforts to inform the voter of the proper way to fill out a ballot, some voters will change their mind partway through, cross out a name, clearly indicating a desire to cast a vote for a particular candidate, a different candidate. In a hand count town, that intention is noted and honored. In a machine count town, the machine will not understand the intent and will discount the vote as an overvote, denying all candidates a vote in that particular race on that particular ballot. This is most egregious in multi-seat races, like most of the New Hampshire House races. I would like to take this opportunity to answer a couple questions that came up earlier. With regard to two ballots, a voter trying to cast two ballots, the way it works is the voter walks up and places their ballot on the machine. The machine will reject any ballot that's not of the same weight as the official ballot. So if there's two ballots there, the machine will reject it. If the machine accepts it, you can be assured that there's only one ballot. If it is then rejected because of an overvote and the voter places the ballot in the side pocket, it's only going to be one ballot. The other issue was with respect to programming. Representative Porter said that Derry programmed their machines to record the number of overvotes. Actually, every machine in New Hampshire records the number of overvotes, but unless you print out what's called the long report, you will not get the number of overvotes. So it's a matter of choosing which outcome you want to print, whether it's the short results or the long results, if you want to see the overvotes. And then also the machine, if it's programmed in accordance with the way they're programmed in our neighboring states, the little screen on the ballot machine will indicate not only that it's an overvote, but will say it's overvote in the Senate race or the House race or whichever race. So you know exactly which race has had the overvote. So with that, I'd just like to say, I urge the passage of this legislation so that every legitimate voter will have their votes counted, and so that thousands of New Hampshire voters will not have their vote wrongly discarded. Every voter has the right to have their vote counted. It's time. I'm
Questions from
glad to
senators?
answer any questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much. There were 2 additional people that signed up not to speak, one opposed and one in support. That a closed public hearing. We'll open the next public hearing in just a minute. Representative, prime sponsor. All set? Okay. Open the public hearing on 1174. Introduce prime sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, I'm Michael Yakubovich from Hooksett, representing Merrimack 24. Here introducing 1174, which is House Bill 1174 that deals with the election challengers. It simply codifies as what the challengers are, where the challengers are permitted to be. In most of the towns and cities in the past election, there were no issues, but in the handful, few there were. So this recommends that the challengers are permitted to be within 6 feet of the location of the hand-counted ballots, and they must have a line of sight to the machines, vote counting machines. So that's what the bill is about. It brings uniformity across the state to all the locations. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Certainly the people that are observing need to be back away from them by some distance, an inch, a foot, whatever. This only talks to one distance in there, and that's a maximum. Was there, consideration given, not closer than 2 feet, but not more than X feet? Can you tell us about that?
Thank you for the question. The maximum distance is 6 feet. It does not say how close they have to be. I'm not sure I'm answering.
To rephrase the question then, one of the reasons that we want a separation is so that they don't interfere with the counting or touch the ballots or whatever. And this doesn't talk about that distance. It only talks about that they have to be at least 6 feet, or I should say, that they can be within that 6 feet. Was there any discussion about, but no closer than 1 foot, or no closer than 6 inches, no closer than, was there any discussion on that?
Thank you. I was not aware of that discussion, if there was.
Thank you very much. Additional
you.
questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. C. Oh, you did sign up, but you said no. Okay. I didn't do all of my, my bookkeeping here, so we go cross out a few names that don't wish to speak. All right. Ken, Aaron.
Good afternoon again, and again, thank you for the time to express my concerns. As I mentioned earlier, I live in the town of Windham. We had some very serious issues in 2020. I'm sorry, it's Ken Eyring from Windham. And I just want to point out a couple things. In addition to the error in the results that were generated on that day, there's a lack of confidence by many people as to how our elections are run. The handling of the absentee ballots is 40 to 50 feet away, behind the voting machines, out of sight, literally, of any public who are required to stand behind the rail. You read the Attorney General and Secretary of State's report on the audit in Windham. You'll know if you count up all of the violations of election law and election procedures, they total over 130. That's a very large number that leads to a very large level of lack of confidence. There needs to be some sort of checks and balances so that people can observe the process and then feel assured that the proper procedures and election laws were followed. We need to have trust but verify, but we don't have that now with the handling of ballots that are hand counted. So I'd like to point out that if you've ever been to a hand recount by the Secretary of State up in Concord, you can see very clearly that they welcome public input. They welcome people to see every ballot as it's being tabulated, every vote that's being counted. And that's the type of transparency that we need to have reflected in our local election officials when they're handling ballots as well. There's nothing to hide. So there should be, complete transparency so people can see how people have voted to ensure, like I said earlier, just a trust but verify and election integrity. There's a lot of concerns in this state, across the state, on many different issues. The previous bill we talked about was one. This is another. We just want to make sure that every vote that's cast is properly counted. And I'm very grateful to the representative who is the prime sponsor of this bill for putting it in to help that process hopefully go forward and become more transparent. Thank you.
Questions from senators? Senator Bertzel.
Thank you for coming in and testifying. In the past, how far away did they require the challengers to be?
The challengers, they have to stand on the outside of the rail, and they set up the voting machines probably starting about 10 feet in behind the rail on the left, and then working its way away from the rail. There's 4 machines, and then behind that machine is another table, and that's where they do the overvote ballot, the absentee ballots. So there is no oversight at all, except for the people who are back there. I want to be clear, I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything wrong, but there should be a level of checks and balances, and that does not exist today. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 0.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, members of the
board. I rise and speak in favor, again, of HB 1174. After just listening to that testimony, what comes to mind is a personal experience that I witnessed. So you heard that Windham had over 130 violations of election law and procedures. It's pretty significant. And I just think about how many of those could have been avoided had this law been in place, where somebody could actually visually look within 6 feet and see if a mistake is actually being made. And that's exactly what happened in our subsequent election. In 2021, the spring, it was actually Assistant Moderator Betty Dunn who was counting less than 15 ballots, which also happened to be a violation of election law when they were supposed to do a set deck of 50 and more. When they did that, I noticed that she made a mistake. I was within that 6 feet. I could clearly see on the tabulation tape that she made a mistake, and I pointed it out to her. And she was kind enough to go ahead and recount, and she acknowledged the mistake that was made. But it wasn't the only time. She made another one within 15 minutes later. And I didn't mention that one, and I did that on purpose, because I wanted to see what would happen when they went ahead and put that test deck, and they clearly had an error. And they were puzzled by that, and they had to restart the whole zero tape process all over again, which required our town clerk to go down and get an eraser out of her desk and erase everything and begin doing those 15 when they were supposed to be 50. I think it's important to notice that a simple change in our laws allowing challengers, because that's really their purpose, is it not? To be able to challenge whether or not something is being done right. I think about Ronald Reagan's famous quote, "Trust but verify." It's simply just allowing transparency in the public to verify that what is being done is actually what is supposed to be being done. It's nothing, no one's accusing anything of doing something nefarious. It's just simply we make mistakes. And I go to the recount process in my mind. It's done up here at the archives building at the state. And you have the cameras that are set up on every ballot. You have a camera set up on every tally sheet. Everyone has a group, 2 representatives within that candidate, and everyone, one by one, they go ahead and recount every ballot. It's an amazing process, and I think it's more indicative of what our election process should be like, because it gave me a level of confidence in that process that wasn't here on election day. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Senator Bertson.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. In this last election in 2020, how far away were the challengers from the ballot?
Oh, a significant distance. Not to quote me to the exact, I would say plus 30 feet, probably closer to 50 feet. I happened to work the election that day. I was at the new voter registration table, and it was behind the rail, so there's no way that you could, even unless you had a set of binoculars, you weren't going to see the counting of the absentee ballots. It was impossible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Susie.
So the current statute says that the challengers have to be within a place where they can see and hear,
See in here.
as designated by the moderator. Would 10 feet accomplish that? Would 12 feet accomplish that? It seems to me like, I know we're specifically talking about the example in Windham, and it sounds like that was a violation because you clearly couldn't see. So right there in and of itself, that might have been a violation. But having traveled polling places, particularly in Manchester, because Litchfield is wide open, it would seem to me there are some places where that might be hard to accomplish, especially with challenging. So if we did a greater distance, would that still satisfy your concern?
I don't know if it would. I look at different moderators and how they've gone ahead and done it. I think of Tina Guilford in Derry by way of example. She goes through great efforts to create her process as transparent as they can. She goes ahead and puts that table as close to the rail for public viewing. So if I was voting in Derry, I'm not a Derry resident, but if I was a resident of Derry, I would feel very comfortable voting because I can clearly see
the absentee ballots, not just the ballots being counted, because it's usually two people, one counting the ballot, one with the tally sheet. You can actually watch that process. I've been part of recounts. I did a recount in Raymond, New Hampshire last year, and so it's very enlightening to see, you know, how much time goes into it. But you feel very confident with the process when you're actually able to upright view it. Similar to at the state level, everyone can raise their hand. You're encouraged to. If there's a problem, if you feel as though that ballot, you know, may have an issue, or you thought that there was the intent was ambiguous or whatever, you were encouraged to raise your hand, and that was put aside. And later, you know, even some of those ballots in Windham were brought to the Ballot Law Commission subsequent at a later date and time for review.
Senator Susie, I believe that the section that you reported was in the check-in section of the statute. Okay.
Is that RSA 659-77?
My reading of the statute, for the challengers, their role is in that check-in procedure, and I've never interpreted this chapter to have the challengers have other roles other than that defined in law. Not that they couldn't have the role that's described here. Would you comment on that?
I'm not so much hung up with what the purview would be as much as I am the purview that they currently have. I think to your point, you mentioned, you quote the law, to see and hear. The problem is that's not being carried forth, and that really is different because my vision's not that great. I might need to sit a little bit closer to see, you know, that tally mark being made. If I can see it from 6 feet, some people might be able to see it from 10 feet. I think the purpose is that people be able to see it. I think that process is what needs to be transparent. In my experience and why it gives me, you know, reservation is that that did not happen in Windham.
Yeah. I just wanted to copy that. Okay.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. There were 3 additional people who signed up. They were all in support. Close the public hearing, and we'll open the next one on 1667 in just a minute.
All right.
We'll open the public hearing on 1667. And we will have a substitute for the prime sponsor, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Representative Ken Weiler, introducing House Bill 1667. This is a update to the bill that's been around since the Civil War. Every few years, we update it for recent activities. This time, we've also added in National Guard and reserves due to the fact that there's been so many recalls lately that it didn't seem right that they hadn't been included in this. So that's basically what the bill is about, and happy to answer any questions. I go back quite.
Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Edwards.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Representative Jess Edwards, representing Auburn, Chester, and Sandown. That's District 4 of Rockingham. I thought I would, just to set the stage a little bit, give an update to some personnel categorizations in the military. I know that Senator Birdsall is a veteran. I don't know the veteran status of other members of this committee, but most of you will remember the Vietnam War and how much social turbulence there was during the Vietnam War. In the aftermath of that, there was an intentional effort to reorganize the National Guard and the reserve forces so that a president could not go to war easily. In order to go to war, you would have to bring together combat arms out of the active force, combat support forces out of the reserves, combat service support forces out of the National Guard. They had basically been split and sent to the wind. And so it was perceived that by doing that, we would use part-time soldiers to, expand the force as a strategic reserve. That was the word that was constantly used, strategic reserve. And anytime you have part-timers relative to full-timers, the part-timers get lower pay and benefits. And that's kind of what happened to our Guard and Reserve. They were viewed for decades as auxiliary weekend warriors was the term, and their pay and benefits weren't nearly as good as the active duty force, and that was by design. So with 9/11, the concept of the strategic reserve collapsed, and the nation was all prepared, all in to go to war. And I had a 33-year Army career, of which 14 of it was active duty. The rest was Guard, Reserve, and other categories. But while I was on active duty, I was sent to places like Fort Ord, California, and on the Monterey Peninsula. I was sent to 2 years to USC to go to grad school. Basically, I had the life of luxury as an Army officer. It wasn't until I was a reservist that I actually got deployed to Afghanistan. And that was the only time in my career that I had been shot at multiple times. And so what I see this bill doing is attempting to rectify the separate but unequal status of the Guard and Reservemen relative to the active duty. It's basically acknowledging that if you deploy, or if you're a veteran in the Guard and Reserve, you're just as susceptible in this current threat environment of being killed or maimed on active duty as our active duty soldiers. So to me, this is a fairness and equity issue to recognize the contribution of the Guard and Reserve forces. However, I also understand, as a member of the Finance Committee, what this can do to local budgets. So that's the other issue, is if you expand the number of people eligible for these benefits, you're going to do harm to local property tax budgets. And so I think on one hand, we have an obvious fairness issue. On the other hand, we have a significant and real economic problem for the towns. And so you all basically have a very tough decision. And I just wanted to lay it out because that's the way I see the decision that needs to be made. Do we treat our Guard and Reservemen fairly, which I'd like us to do? Do we keep our towns and cities from going bust by expanding the veterans credit? I don't really want to do that either. So I don't envy your decision, but I think that's a fair description of it.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Representative from Hollis, come on.
Thank you. I'm Sue Hamola from Hollis, and Representative Power had asked me to come here today to speak to the points of this bill on her behalf since she's in committee. This bill actually seeks to clarify the language between two RSAs that govern the definition of what a veteran is and also the veteran's tax credit. Under RSA 2150, the definition of a veteran is means any person who served in the armed forces for more than 4 years and continues to serve. So there are three things to this bill that it does, that it changes the language to accommodate this. One of the first ways is that it adds the language in the RSA for the veterans tax credit to include, obviously, anyone who continues to serve. So that is fairly evident, as you can see throughout that bill. The second thing this does also is that it also strikes out Title 10. Title 10 is a federally funded and federally controlled status. However, most National Guardsmen perform the majority of their duties under Title 32. And additionally, members of the Coast Guard typically serve under Title 14 status. Title 32 is a state-controlled but federally funded status. So by striking out Title 10 in the definition of this RSA that is proposed in House Bill 1667, it eliminates the need to exclude two other types of title status. Last thing that it also does is it includes a state active duty as a qualifying service towards the 90-day requirement under the All Veterans Tax Credit section. And it does this because Guardsmen commonly respond to natural disasters and emergencies and other contingencies on which is the core mission and their function of National Guard. So it accommodates for that time. So those are the three changes to this bill, and I just wanted to outline them. I know you have other speakers on as well. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Questions from the senators?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Eric Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Eric Power from the town of Brookline. Also here is Colonel Eric Power, United States Air Force retired. I served for 30 years in the Air National Guard and the Air Force Reserve. The Air Force consists of three components: the active component, the reserve component, and the guard component. The Army has the same structure. Those in the active component serve an active duty in Title 10 status. Part-time reservists and guardsmen are called traditional guardsmen and reservists, also called citizen airmen and citizen soldiers. Typically, we drill 1 weekend per month in active duty status, typically about 15 to 30 days in active duty status each year. Reservists are called to duty in Title 10, which is federally funded and federally controlled. However, guardsmen typically are called into duty under Title 32, which is federally funded, state controlled, so under the command and control of the government. The current veterans tax credit requires 90 days of active duty status in Title 10, which is a problem. As I mentioned, there's 24 days of weekend drills are inactive duty and do not count. The bill does not try to get these to count. The weekend drills does not count. The reservists active duty is Title 10. So if you're in the Army Reserve, Air Force Reserve, Marine Corps Reserve, Navy Reserve, your status is Title 10, so it counts towards that 90-day requirement. A guardsman typically serve active duty in Title 32, so none of that counts. So where does that leave our guardsmen? Well, I served in my 30 years, I served 28 years of it in the Air National Guard. The last 2 years in the Air Force Reserve. In my 28 years, I served 549 days in active duty. 94% of those were Title 32. So if I retired out of the Air National Guard, I would qualify for the veterans tax credit, although I served for over 28 years. So my last 2 years, I was transferred to the Air Force Reserve. I was actually activated a couple of times, and I served 176 days, all in Title 10 status. This was served in the 2017 hurricane response when we had Harvey, Irma, Maria, and Nate all hit our southern islands territories. I qualified for the veterans tax credit because I happened to transfer to the Air Force Reserve in the last 2 years of service because it was the right type of service. Many guardsmen do not qualify for the veterans tax credits because they don't have enough of Title 10 service, since guardsmen typically serve in Title 32, or in some cases, state active duty, which is also included in this bill, which is a state-controlled, state-funded staff. This disparity of service and benefits between Army and Air Guardsmen is slowly being corrected. We've seen it at the federal level. Burial rights, VA cemeteries, educational benefits for the GI Bill, and most recently, the DE 214 Certificate of Uniform Service versus Guardsmen who just get a regular NGB 22 bill. This bill updates the language in RSA 72 so that active duty service in any status counts towards the 90-day requirement. Guardsmen serving in Title 32 active duty will have their duty. This bill also designates currently serving veterans to qualify for the veterans tax credit, which is consistent with RSA 2150, which includes service members with 4 years of service or more and still serving. They're considered veterans under the New Hampshire law. So ironically, the all veterans tax credit is not really all veterans. Less than 0.5% of Americans served in today's military. An even smaller amount have 4 years of service, since the average military service today is 6.7 years. This change will not cause a flood of new veterans, but will help a small number of deserving service members qualify. Thank you for your support of House Bill 1667. For these reasons, please recommend OTP to take care of all of the insured veterans.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jim Michaud.
Good afternoon, senators. My name is Jim Michaud. I'm Chief Assessor from the town of Hudson, and I'm for or against this bill. But one of the things I was following.
The mic isn't on, and you need to start all over again.
Is that better? My name is Jim Michaud. I'm the Chief Assessor for the town of Hudson, New Hampshire. I am not here in support nor against this bill. Been following this bill at the House level, and in the executive committee session of municipal and county government, it was stated by the prime sponsor that this is enabling legislation. So that is my question, because RSA 7227A, Section 4 says this only takes effect in municipalities if you change the underlying conditions of the veterans credit. It only takes place if the community adopts it, unless it's so expressly said in the legislation. So I guess that's the question that I would have for this committee. Do you consider this enabling legislation, or do you consider this it's going to override what the voters voted on at the local level? In terms of numbers, according to the Defense Manpower Center, there's 1,333 active duty military personnel in New Hampshire currently, and there's currently about 4,066 National Guard and Reserve. And that is the extent of my testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from the senators? We will have somebody look it up, but I believe that the way they've gone in and only worked on Romans 4 of this, and the enabling language is probably up in the paragraphs before that, but we will have somebody look.
And I would also add, there is another there's another veterans bill that's being heard by Senate ED&A, House Bill 1375, and that's being exec on Wednesday, I believe. The Deputy Adjutant General is put forward an amendment to make that mandatory upon all local communities. Whether or not it succeeds in that fashion, I don't know, but that's what he communicated over the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we've saved the Veterans Council for last. Kevin? You get this, you got to hit the button.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, for the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I'm a 25-year veteran of our Air Force, and I am a 22-year resident of the town of Hooksett. Today, I'm here representing the State Veterans Advisory Committee, and because I do see a couple of faces I haven't testified to yet this session, we are chartered by State RSA 118:A-8 to speak and report back to the legislature once a year. And one of the things we do, we meet 10 months out of the year monthly. Senator Birdsell serves as an advisor to our committee, so thank you, Senator, for that. And we consider bills that are coming before you that have legislative impact, and we take a position, and then I come and tell you what that position is. We do support this legislation, and our discussion on this primarily worked its way down to what are we trying to say to veterans, okay? Are we trying to say that a veteran who has served and is now not serving is more valuable than somebody who is currently serving? If I give you the case of two people, generally speaking, if you're going to get this tax credit, you're going to show up at the town clerk's office, and in your hands, you're going to have the thing called a DD Form 214, which is the form that you get when you separate or you retire from the military, okay? If you take the situation of two people that graduate from high school together, one of them joins our Air National Guard. The other one goes to our active duty Air Force and serves one tour. After 4 to 6 years, that person gets out, comes back to New Hampshire. That person decides, you know what, I think I like being in the military, I'm going to join the Guard. So that person joins the Guard. That person's got a DD Form 214. That person can go right down there and say, I'm a veteran, I served, I was on active duty, it's all revoked, and now I'm doing the same job as that person who came right out of high school and joined our National Guard. So I think it boils down to, if the message that we're trying to say is we value service in all areas, then I think that this legislation makes sense. That's all I wanted to say today. Thank you, sir.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. We had one person signed up not speak in opposition. With that, close the public hearing, and we'll open the next public hearing in just a minute. NHMA. This is the one where we didn't have the prime sponsor, right?
You don't have a prime sponsor.
Is it Gallagher from Ward 6 from Concord? We'll let you introduce the bill. How's that? Open public hearing on House Bill 1406 and introduce one of the co-sponsors, Representative.
Hi, so I'm Representative Eric Gallagher, Merrimack County District 15, that's Concord Ward 6, here to introduce House Bill 1406, an act authorizing municipalities to collect compost. It's really simple, enabling legislation, just adds a few lines to state law, basically just does what it says in the title, and it passed out of the House Committee unanimously, vote of 19-0, and then passed the full House on the consent calendar. So it ought to be pretty non-controversial, and I think it's a good stepping stone towards helping our municipalities get going with more composting. I know it's something that if municipalities can collect compost, that would also let them do other things too. So I had my own piece of legislation about compost that we found out that this one needs to be passed first before I can do my own compost legislation. So yeah, I think it's a good bill and would urge you to pass it.
Okay, questions from the senators? Senator Perkins Coker.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. Thank you for being here. Just two brief questions. One is, when I was a city councilor in Portsmouth, we actually did vote to contract with a compost collector to do curbside compost pickup. So were we acting outside our authority, or is this just something that hasn't been addressed before?
I'm not sure specifically. Yeah, I'm not actually the prime sponsor, so I can't say too much about existing law, but I do know that they it adds compost to a section of the law where it didn't exist previously. So maybe your town was doing it under some other RSA, and then this one just puts it in another place to make it clearer. So yeah, I can't really say for sure.
Okay, thank you. Just another question, Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, maybe we were interpreting solid waste. So then is there a definition elsewhere in statute of compostable materials or compost, just to create clarity? Or do we need one?
If you're not sure, that's
Yeah,
perfectly fine.
I'm not sure of that. I only have the bill itself in front of me, not the statute that it's amending. So
Okay, yeah, that'll just be great to know.
okay.
Thank you so much.
Senator Ward has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How is this compost material being stored at the transfer station?
I think that's up to the municipalities to determine on their own prerogative. It says transfer station means a solid waste collection, storage, and transfer facility which collects, stores, and transfers solid waste, including non-recyclable waste and compost. So, yeah, that I think the act is assuming that they would figure out a way to do that on their own.
Do you leave it up to the municipalities how they want to
Yes.
store it and deal with it? Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. Ms. Hake, you didn't sign up, but I want to get you up here to ask you a question. And I'm not shy. All right, we'll get Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I believe that on our last bill that had to do with household debris, et cetera, that you guys testified that it was already allowed by state law. Could you enlighten us?
My understanding in speaking with
I forgot.
I'm
Didn't
sorry.
get you actually to introduce yourself before I ask my question, and before Chris yells at me, I want to correct that.
Nate Graves for the New Hampshire Municipal Association. My understanding in speaking with waste station managers is that it is permissible under the current regulations to have composting. I understand not only does Portsmouth do it, but I believe Nashua, as well as maybe Lebanon, does it. I don't believe that's specific to cities. The problem really is they have to find a market for the compost. And not only that, they have to, make sure that whatever's going in the compost is going to be compostable. So something like Japanese knotweed, for instance, might end up in someone's lawn clippings. That could, end up the seeds germinating later, spreading the problem. So it's not widely done at the moment, but it is something that I understand is allowed, although I could certainly be corrected if I'm incorrect on that. It's a very technical area.
Does anyone else have a question? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last one on the list is NHDES. Michael Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Nork. I'm representing the Solid Waste Management Bureau with New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And Senator Perkins Quokka, I can confirm that you are not the only municipality that has engaged in this kind of activity. It is our understanding that there's nothing in current law or in regulations adopted by the department that would restrict municipalities from engaging in this activity. And in fact, a number of municipalities do. Portsmouth not being the only one. There's Lee, the town of Rye. There may have been some in the Upper Valley region recently, but there was a company that went out of business, so they may not be doing that anymore. The fact of the matter is this is an approved activity. It's something that we interpret the statute to allow currently. So while we do support the idea of increasing composting in New Hampshire, we don't see that this bill is necessary. And furthermore, we believe that the bill's change to the statutory definition of transfer station by adding the term compost could actually add confusion because it states that a transfer station may collect compost. Compost is actually the finished product from the composting process. So these facilities wouldn't actually be collecting compost. They would be collecting materials to be further managed through the composting process. So we think that, first of all, the statutory change is not necessary to enact the substance of the bill, and it could create confusion. The last thing I just wanted to mention for the committee's information, essentially, we don't view it as a problem of authority. We believe that municipalities already possess this authority to collect and contract with third parties to manage their food scraps or other organic materials. What we think the problem is that there's a lack of available infrastructure to adequately meet the demand of communities to recycle or otherwise divert these food scraps. It's happening in Portsmouth and in the Seacoast because there's a facility over the state line in Maine, Mr. Fox Composting, that provides that service. There's also some in the Upper Valley, like around Lebanon, because there is a facility there that provides services for composting of food waste. So it's not a problem of authority, it's a problem of adequate infrastructure. And one of the things that the department has recently done to try to address this issue is we have updated our composting regulations to hopefully make it easier for entities to engage in this activity and start composting operations so that they can provide infrastructure for communities that want to divert food waste away from landfills. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions from the committee.
Questions from senators? Senator?
Yeah, I agree with the authority point, and I guess it relates to how I would vote on this. Do the updated regulations allow for the processing of dairy and meat? Because I know that was an issue in sort of our municipal conversation.
Correct. Thank you, Senator Perkins-Boca. The new regulations address that issue in particular because that was the biggest piece of feedback that we got from stakeholders that we were creating. Our current or the previous regulations were preventing composting of meat and dairy matter. So that is something that the new rules do allow at any composting facility. It doesn't matter what permit type they have or if it's an unpermitted composting facility.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you very much. There were two people who signed up not wishing to speak, one support, one opposed. With that, close the public hearing, and we will open the next public hearing in just a minute. Thank you. What? Senator Gaida? If you'd see Trish, please. That should be the one that No, you don't.
Right, I'm waiting.
It's just because Trish wanted to speak to you, you know? Representative Griffin was out in the audience before. Asked you to introduce? Okay. No problem. Okay, we'll open the public hearing on House Bill 1307, and we'll ask Senator Birdsell to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, State Senator for District 19, encompassing the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 1307. And this bill basically modifies the authority and duties of the Housing Appeals Board. And that is it.
All right. Let me do a little bit of paperwork here. Okay. Eric, representative from Concord, Ward 6. Representative Gallagher, you're back up on the list.
Hi, so again, I'm Eric Gallagher, representing Merrimack County District 15, which is Concord Ward 6. I'm here to speak in opposition to House Bill 1307. So the bill did pass out of my committee with a 13-3 vote, but I was one of the three and just wanted to make sure that our reasons for opposing got heard today. Basically, the Housing Appeals Board is a pretty new body, and we haven't really gotten a chance to see how well it works yet. So those in the minority felt that it was premature to be going and modifying the scope of it at this time. We also heard testimony from a lot of housing advocates that limiting the scope of the Housing Appeals Board could worsen the housing crisis in our state, which is something that I know a lot of people are concerned about. So for that reasons, those reasons, I'd ask you to oppose this bill, and I'll take any questions.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none. Thank you very much. And we'll bring up Ben Frost next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm Ben Frost, Deputy Director of New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, and I'm here to express New Hampshire Housing's opposition to House Bill 1307 and request the committee to consider ITL. It's no surprise to you when I say New Hampshire has a housing crisis. That's It's all over the headlines of the newspapers, and whether you read them online or in print. It's on TV, it's on the radio, it's on people's minds. We hear it constantly referred to as an impediment to the continuing economic growth of the state. And so the Housing Appeals Board submitted a letter from New Hampshire Housing expressing our position on this and identifying, quantifying the housing crisis, 37% increase in the median price of home sales over the past 2 years, 23% increase in the median rental cost over the past 5 years, and can assure you that incomes have not kept pace with that. And this really is a reflection of the critically low inventory of housing that we have and a lack of supply. We have a supply problem in New Hampshire with regard to housing. A couple of years ago, we did a study with Russ Tebow that indicated that there's something on the order of a 20,000 unit shortage to meet current demand. And that's to stabilize the housing market to something that balances the interests of owners and buyers and landlords and tenants, much less to consider future growth. Part of the supply issue is the difficulty that developers face at the local level in some communities as they put forth proposals to create housing. Sometimes they're faced with approvals with onerous conditions that make a development financially infeasible or unreasonable denials. Not always. Sometimes the denials are reasonable and sometimes the conditions are reasonable. But there are those cases where they face something that's something that they cannot deal with. They have to appeal. And the Housing Appeals Board was created as a means of giving people at the local level who face these adverse decisions an opportunity to get their day in an impartial tribunal other than Superior Court. So the Housing Appeals Board was created by the legislature with a three members that are appointed by the Supreme Court. So it's not a political body. And they've been up and running for well over a year and have made a number of decisions. The Housing Appeals Board provides property owners and builders with an opportunity to appeal local decisions on housing and housing development. And yet it does it without infringing on local control. There is no change at the local level that is required by the Housing Appeals Board. It is strictly an appeals body. The Housing Appeals Board does not have the power to override or bypass local regulations. That's not its function. It simply hears appeals of local decisions. So what is proposed by House Bill 1307 is to reduce the scope of jurisdiction of the Housing Appeals Board. As it stands right now, the Housing Appeals Board can hear appeals of local decisions on housing and housing development. And if you look at the language of the bill, you see the existing language on line 4, and it says, regarding questions of housing and housing development. You see the new language on lines 15 and 16 regarding applications for the development of housing. Now that is a subtle but I think important change because the elimination of the housing and housing development language suggests that an individual property owner who's not developing housing but is doing something with the house, say they're getting a building permit or seeking a building permit for an addition to their house, something I would not call housing development, would not be able to go to the Housing Appeals Board because they're not doing housing development. Yet, that's one of the reasons why the Housing Appeals Board was created in the first place, to hear these appeals of local decisions. Another change that would be wrought by House Bill 1307 is the language on the existing statute says that the Housing Appeals Board will hear final decisions of municipal boards, committees, and commissions. The new language, and this is on lines 14 through 15, lists out different boards. And by listing the boards, it eliminates those that are not listed, because it doesn't say including but not limited to, it's just these boards. So you have planning boards, zoning boards of adjustment, building code boards of appeals, historic district commissions, and heritage commissions, and that's it. Other boards making decisions at the local level regarding housing are excluded from that list, and therefore would not be subject to an appeal before the Housing Appeals Board. So, for example, a Conservation Commission, or a local select board, or a city council. All of these boards do make decisions with regard to housing and housing development, yet those boards would be excluded from this list. To reduce that scope seems impractical, it seems unfair to me, because you have, on the one hand, someone who's getting a decision from a local board. Right now, they can go to the Housing Appeals Board if they want to. With this language, if it were adopted by the legislature, that person would have to say, well, is this, am I before the planning board? Yes, from before the planning board, then I could go to the Housing Appeals Board. But if it's a Conservation Commission, no, I can't go to the Housing Appeals Board. That does not seem to be in the spirit of the purpose of the Housing Appeals Board, which was adopted with an intentionally broad scope of jurisdiction, which says, including but not limited to these sorts of decisions. So any decision by a local board, committee, or commission that has something to do with housing or housing development should be appealable to the Housing Appeals Board. Doesn't mean that someone has to go to the Housing Appeals Board. They can choose to go to Superior Court if they want to. That's their choice. Finally, there have been some suggestions that, I've heard some suggestions that the Housing Appeals Board is tilted toward developers and that the decisions are coming out all in favor of developers. So, well, I hadn't actually seen an analysis of this, so I went and did it myself. And right now, the Housing Appeals Board has received something on the order of 35 or 36 cases, maybe closer to 40 now. And it has made substantive decisions in 18 of those cases. 6 of those were reversals, meaning finding against the municipality. One of which was a case where the ZBA had reversed a decision granting a development by a planning board. So Senator Perkins-Coker, that's the city of Portsmouth. So there you had a local challenge. Planning board said yes, ZBA said no, and the developer went to the Housing Appeals Board, which reversed the ZBA, finding in favor of the planning board. So that's the 6 reversals. There was another one that was kind of a split decision. There were 2 variances that were sought. This is from the town of Guilford. The Housing Appeals Board heard both of those variances, affirmed one, and reversed the other. So it's a split decision. Another 4 decisions were affirmed. So this is the decision of the local body where the Housing Appeals Board said, yeah, you got it right. And the Housing Appeals Board affirmed the local decision. 7 of them, 7 out of the 18 decisions were vacated and remanded, meaning, well, you didn't get it right, you didn't get it wrong either, but go back with these instructions and do it again. So if you look at the balance, 11 of the decisions, 4 affirmed, 7 vacated and remanded, are essentially in favor of the municipality, which is a majority of the decisions. So I don't find that this is a board that is slanted in favor of developers. In fact, it's more on balance in favor of the municipalities. Now, it was designed to be objective. So some of the decisions are going to be in favor of developers. Some of the decisions are going to be in favor of municipalities. In fact, the legal standard for the Housing Appeals Board, as it is with Superior Court, is for there to be deference to the local decision. In fact, it is the legal test is that the Housing Appeals Board, like Superior Court, will assume that the local board did it right, and it has to be proven wrong. So, and the person who's challenging the local decision is the one who has to provide the evidence to prove it wrong. So there's a deference in favor of municipalities. So you should see more decisions coming out ultimately in favor of municipalities. And that seems to be what we've got coming out of the Housing Appeals Board. Now, there were a couple other decisions too. One was a voluntary non-suit, another was a withdrawal. They're essentially the same thing. And then last week, and this is not on the Housing Appeals Board's website yet, but last week, the Housing Appeals Board made its decision on an appeal of a local property owner who sought to do an excavation. Nothing about housing. And this is Green Acres Woodlands versus the Town of Hill. And the Housing Appeals Board said, there's nothing about housing here, dismissed. They did not hear the appeal. So if that property owner wants to further challenge it, he will have to go to Superior Court. That is the proper venue for that sort of appeal, because it has nothing to do with housing.
We're up over 10 minutes now, Mr. Frost.
And I am done, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions from the senator. Senator Perkins Coker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Frost, for being here and for testifying. So just to give us a slight history lesson, was the reason the Housing Appeals Board was brought forward in the first place was because, timing is relevant in housing development?
Indeed. Thank you for that question, Senator. The time that it takes for cases to be litigated in Superior Court is the reason, one of the fundamental reasons why the Housing Appeals Board was brought forward and adopted by the legislature. It can take a couple of years for these cases in Superior Court, and yet the Housing Appeals Board has a statutory deadline of 150 days maximum from the time it receives an appeal to the time it makes its decision, which is it's pretty fast.
I have a follow-up if I can.
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to the existence of the Housing Appeals Board, how would one handle, say a housing project was complete and the building inspector was in to do the inspection before granting the certificate of occupancy, but there was some kind of dispute over, whether the project met all the specifications of the permit. How would one have handled that previously? Was there an avenue to appeal?
Well, that's an interesting question, Senator. It really would depend upon the specific facts. There are always routes of appeal. So if a project has been approved and it's in the building permit process and the building inspector makes a certain decision, then that is appealable locally to the local Building Code Board of Appeals, which sometimes is the ZBA. And so that board makes its decision, and then those decisions, whether it's by the Building Code Board of Appeals or by the Zoning Board of Adjustment, would be appealable to either Superior Court or to the Housing Appeals Board if the project involves housing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then just one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know one of the sort of areas of municipal decision-making that would be affected by this amendment is water sewer commissions no longer sort of being included in the includes but is not limited to. Could you just give us an example of how water or sewer decisions could affect housing so we can connect the dots?
Sure, thank you. The current language, the existing statute would allow appeals of a local water or sewer commission, say, to deny extension of a line to a development for whatever reason. That would be currently appealable to the Housing Appeals Board if it's a housing development. Under the language in House Bill 1307, that would not be appealable to the Housing Appeals Board because water commissions and sewer commissions are not specifically enumerated on lines 14 and 15. So these boards do make decisions that affect housing and housing development, and they would be excluded by this language.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for taking my question. I've just gone over your letter here, and I have a couple of questions. In paragraph 3, you say this lack of supply is partly a reflection of the difficulty faced by property owners and developers in some communities. if you took out the some communities and have all the rest, would you be able to get your housing supply in the others?
Senator, that's a very good question. I would say probably no. It's going to take more than just the Housing Appeals Board to meet the housing supply issues. So I would say that while the Housing Appeals Board is an important element to solving the state's housing supply problem, it is not the sole solution.
Okay, follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
And that following paragraph, you go on housing development. It provides property owners and builders with an enhanced opportunity to appeal local decisions. Yet, it achieves this without infringing on local control. How do you explain that?
Thank you for the question, Senator Ward. The issue with the Housing Appeals Board is that it is about the appeal. It's not about affecting the local process. Municipalities, the planning board, the zoning board, the select board, whatever board it is, has its local process, pursuant to the statutes that are created to enable them to exist. They follow their processes, and whether the Housing Appeals Board exists or doesn't exist, those processes will continue. This is all about the appeal, has nothing to do with the question of local control, because the Housing Appeals Board has no power that is any greater than those already existing in the Superior Court. And I think we would say, we look at the power of the Superior Court and say, well, the Superior Court is not infringing on local control. The Housing Appeals Board has a similar power. It does not infringe on local control. It exists simply to hear appeals that have been made of local boards in their decisions on housing and housing development.
Follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess I have trouble with that. It seems to me that if the appeals board or the Superior Court changes something that is against the municipality's rules and regulations, that would be infringing on the local control.
Senator, I would agree with you. But the Housing Appeals Board doesn't have that power. They can't change the regulations. They can't change the zoning. They can't change the subdivision regulations. They can't change the site plan regulations. They can only hear the appeal of the decision by a local board, which is applying and interpreting those regulations. So if, look at the cases of the Housing Appeals Board, the very first case decided by the Housing Appeals Board was one in your district, the town of Francistown, Shattuck versus Francistown. There, the planning board ignored its own standards in its subdivision regulations and instead applied vague notions of offense. Said it's violating this subdivision, it's a 4-lot subdivision, it's violating the purpose intent of the subdivision regulations, which has no standards. Mm-hmm. So the planning board was relying on something that was impossible to interpret. So the Housing Appeals Board said, in reversing the planning board's denial of this subdivision, said the planning board has not applied any standard that is objectively observable by any applicant. Instead, imposed its own opinion rather than using the standards that are inherent in its regulations.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Senator Birdsall, I thought I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have heard from my town planning boards, the concerns that the board member, the Housing Appeals Board members are a little bit lopsided. So they had asked me, and I'd like your opinion of this, would it be open to adding 2 members that have that are land use specialists?
That's an interesting question, Senator. I think that the language of the current statute, and I don't have the whole statute in front of me, but if you were to look at the qualifications section of, and I forget what the precise statute is, it's 679, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, talks about the members having expertise in local land use issues. So when the Supreme Court is appointing members to the Housing Appeals Board, they should be looking at those members' qualifications relative to precisely the thing that you mentioned. Are they qualified relative to local land use regulations and land use law?
Thank you. I'll look into that, but their opinion is that they are not. So I'll have to look at the bios of the 3 members of the board.
Additional questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We support House Bill 1307. Realistically, the policy question here is what is the proper scope of the Housing Appeals Board? So just to delve in a little bit of history here, back over the summer, there was a case, William Evans, trustee versus Town of Pembroke, which involved an appeal to the Housing Appeals Board. And the issue was whether they had the ability to hear an appeal over the select board authority to reclassify a class 6 as a class 6 road as a class 5 road, which was going to be used to facilitate residential development. We are of the opinion that that was beyond the scope of housing and housing development. The law as it currently stands is really geared towards residential and mixed use. Development is really what the Housing Appeals Board should be aimed at, but it does currently have broad language in the statute. And we think that 1307 would clean up the language and make it clear that appeals are supposed to be from land use boards that generally deal with housing issues. So the Planning Board, Zoning Board, Building Codes, Historic District Commission, and Heritage Commission. And that's where we stand opposite to some others who have testified today, because that's really what we're talking about here is just the scope of what the Housing Appeals Board does, not whether it's weighed one way or another. It's a very limited bill as written. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Alyssa, you're the last one on my list unless Representative Griffin shows back up. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alyssa Margolin, and I serve as Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. To provide some context, we were one of a larger group of stakeholders who had started to look for policy solutions to delays that were happening in projects. For Housing Action New Hampshire, our membership are mostly those who develop affordable housing. We had found that most of our members were not pursuing review of decisions at all because they couldn't pass on the costs of litigation and couldn't withstand the financial burden that delay would bring to their projects. So there was essentially an access to justice issue for them. We oppose House Bill 1307. As we were developing this proposal, we realized that there was a model here in New Hampshire that we could look to, and that was the Bureau of Tax and Land Appeals that had been in existence since 1977. And we realized that model would be ideal for a New Hampshire scenario where you could access review quickly and if you wanted without an attorney. Indeed, we talked with many of your colleagues over the years as this proposal was making its way through the legislative process, and issues around standing and jurisdiction were something that we discussed pretty thoroughly. Around standing, it was really important to many of the members in this body that the private homeowner, the private landowner have rights and access to the Housing Appeals Board. And as Mr. Frost just identified, that would be problematic in the language proposed in House Bill 1307, because if the homeowner was not doing something specifically housing development, they might not be able to access the Housing Appeals Board. In addition, the jurisdiction issue was thoughtfully discussed, and it was determined that the language that's used in RSA 679 would make sense, so that all local reviews could be exhausted. This was always about finding a review that was based on, that respected local control. And so they wanted to ensure, in fact, I think it's in the RSA, that all local reviews had to be exhausted and that there was no additional committee, Conservation Commission, or another local board that didn't have a chance to be part of the review process before it went to the board. Again, this language limiting the jurisdiction would challenge that full exhaustion of local review. And for us, we have a lot of concerns that it would open loopholes and reintroduce gamesmanship, which we've been trying to avoid all the entire time by introducing this board. I do want to say, I did look at RSA S679 as your question came up earlier, Senator Birdsall, and it's in section 1, the board shall be composed of 3 members who shall individually and collectively be learned and experienced in questions of land use law or housing development, or both, is how it's identified. So that's the conclusion of my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. We've got a late sign up from Senator Guida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Bob Guida, Senate District 2. And speaking in opposition to House Bill 1307 as presented. A couple of points of fact. The Municipal Association's statement that the Pembroke issue was beyond the jurisdiction of the Housing Appeals Board is in fact inaccurate, because in the language of the selectmen themselves, the Class 5 road was not granted out of a Class 6 road to prevent the development of a housing development. So that made it relevant, and that was in the selectmen's own language. That immediately made it relevant, and that's why that case went before the Housing Appeals Board, and I have affirmed that with the chair of the board as of this morning. This bill would begin to narrow the scope of something that doesn't have a problem. As was stated previously, the Housing Appeals Board doesn't dictate policy. It merely ensures that all of the local land use boards, once their appeals have been made by the applicant, are complying with existing state statutes and with the town's own ordinances relative to planning, zoning, and so forth. And in every case, if you read them, you'll find that to be the case, that those communities where these are remanded have committed the following mistakes, and we'll just call that. Either they violated the state RSAs, or they have violated their own local ordinances, or they have created law or an ordinance where none exists and has been approved by the public in that community as a zoning ordinance. And so for those reasons, I think at this point, especially with a 0.6% vacancy rate and a desperate shortage of housing in the state, this is unnecessary legislation that would in fact begin to limit the scope and perhaps begin to infringe on our ability to develop workforce housing consistent with state and local ordinances. I am prepared to bring in an amendment if the committee is so interested. And Mr. Chairman, I would certainly follow your advice.
Committee has the amendment, and
right,
if they choose to bring it up in executive session, does anybody want Senator Guida to speak to the amendment? All right, I think that they are all set for right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They do have your phone number. Representative Griffin, you weren't here to introduce the bill. I haven't hit the gavel yet, so if you would like to speak, you still have time.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. Thank you, Chairman Gray. Thank you, members of the committee this afternoon, and thank you for your patience and consideration of this bill. The bill before you.
State your name.
Oh, my name is Barbara Griffin. Thank you. I'm a representative from the community of Goffstown, a community that's been adversely affected by the jurisdiction of this board, and I'll tell you about that in just a minute. This bill is actually one of 4 that was in the House relating to the Housing Appeals Board. It is the only one that has survived There was one completely abolishing the board. There was another one creating a special court avenue and jurisdiction for housing appeals, and there was another one that substantially modified the bill and essentially got rid of it. And this bill itself, of course, you know, has sort of a convoluted history in that it was a Senate bill in 2019, died on the table, and then came back in the infamous trailer bill becoming effective in July of 2020. As it was proposed, the board was a method to challenge local land use decisions in a cost-effective manner, with appellants having the alternative to continue to go to Superior Court in opposite to this Housing Appeals Board. And this Housing Appeals Board would then has a delineated time frame to deal with decisions within 6 months at the local level, because we heard a lot about complaints about how long local boards were taking with developments, and we need to do something. And I just heard a reference to the vacancy rate. Unless this board is in solution of a problem to create more housing specifically, I don't think that consideration should be relevant to your consideration of the bill. The consideration should be the issue that it was presented to you as, which was we have problems with local boards acting expeditiously and appropriate in accordance with their own regulations, and we need an alternative way to deal with it other than court. The board, as you know, has been in existence for over a year, and at the time this bill was heard over on the other side of the wall, it had issued some 15 decisions, some reversing, some supporting, some remanding. There have been a couple of more since then, one of which is in my community. And we've already talked about the bills that have been filed. The core controversy to this board is the interest of the state or developers, depending on your perspective, as compared to the local control in our communities. This bill does not seek to repeal the Housing Appeals Board, and the issue that I'm presenting to you is the scope of review, and that the scope as enacted was really much broader than what was represented in regards to the need to deal with the actual applications for development. If the true purpose of the Housing Appeals Board is to deal with providing an expeditious review of land use development, then that's what it should be doing. But the current list of jurisdiction that it has includes not only applications for housing, but also items that don't necessarily have to be related to an actual housing application. These include ordinance administration, innovative land use controls, growth management controls, interim growth management controls, and permit fees. So with this bill, the scope for decisions also includes planning boards, zoning boards. Those are boards that have applications before it, so one would think it would be appropriate for appeal. The Building Code of Appeals, Historic Commission, and the Historic Heritage Commission, excuse me. And those are the boards that get applications in front of them, and those are the boards that the Housing Appeals Board should be dealing with the applications from. And all this bill is doing is seeking to limit the jurisdiction to those items. So it's a very simple bill. It simply reformulates the A through G, A through F, I think, listing of jurisdiction, and seeks to simply list out those bodies which do have applications in regards to the development of housing, and says that's what your jurisdiction is. Why would we be appealing to the Housing Appeals Board in regards to a matter of permit fees? It's simply not appropriate. In regards to the local jurisdiction, I will say that in Goffstown, the ZBA has been appealed twice. One, the finding of the ZBA board was affirmed, and recently, and I apologize, I don't have the name of the case in front of me, as the chair of our ZBA would say, its hands were tied. And I'm going to be seeing this application, I suspect, as a planning board member. But what happened was a request for relief from the zoning board for an application for, I think it might have been, I'm going to say 30 units of housing, though I think it was actually 60 units of housing. And it was proposed in an area that our community has specifically zoned CIFC, which is supposed to be a mixed commercial. And when the approval of the plan went through a number of years ago, it provided for housing and commercial development, because Goffstown, we have a very low commercial industrial tax base. We have limited areas zoned for that development. Services are negligible. So we have tried to put a corridor along Mass Road that allows for commercial industrial. If you're familiar with Goffstown, that's sort of the main drag. But there's not even water and sewer all along it. So it's very challenging to have commercial development in Goffstown. So the planning board has carefully created these zones throughout town to try to equalize our tax rate and provide some relief to our home property owners in regards to the lack of commercial development. This planning this application in front of the zoning was to put in only housing in a very large site that has some commercial development, but the particular parcel that it was on was supposed to be mixed use in regards to the overall approval. And essentially, the Housing Appeals Board overruled our zoning board in regards to all of its considerations and, as the chair said, tied our hands in regards to the criteria of hardship. So my community is now looking at a parcel of land which will only be housing, which was intended to also provide some property tax relief in regards to commercial development. And that's what the Housing Appeals Board got involved in. They didn't like the zoning and they didn't like the ZBA. Now, that appeal was appropriate even under my amendment, I would point out, because it was an appeal from the application of the zoning board. But I would suggest to you that even with this limitation, we are finding that they are simply differing in opinion of local land use boards who know best what the zone was intended to be in a community. All I'm asking is for you to take those areas that are of gross discretion and limit it to actual housing appeals. Thank you. I know this hearing went on. I'll take any questions if there are any.
Members. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your consideration.
People who signed up, all were opposed. Hearing's closed. We'll open the next hearing in just a minute. House Bill 1170. And prime sponsor?
Good afternoon, Chairman Gray and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Scott Wallace, Rockingham County 12, the town of Danville. I come before you today to introduce House Bill 1170, the Faithful Delegate Act. This act was first brought forward as House Bill 148 in 2015 by Representative Itza and Senator Reagan. That year, the bill as amended passed the House 233 to 76 and passed the Senate on a voice vote, only to be vetoed. In the governor's veto message, she said that the need for this is not yet present. Now, just 7 years later, Congress is in receipt of many resolutions for an Article 5 convention, some close to a call. The balanced budget amendment resolution is at 28, Convention of States 19, and many others passing resolutions submitted to Congress regularly. Why do we need this? The same reason we have written contracts in business law, employee handbooks, and employer-employee relationships, and even with your babysitter. In all areas of civil society, there are expectations of performance and policy adherence. This bill will provide just that, a set of guardrails, so to speak, for the delegates that the state may send to various conventions. We all are subject to some sort of policy guidelines and penalties for noncompliance for following said guidelines. Please vote out to pass on the Faithful Delegate Act for the good of New Hampshire. I'd be more than happy to take any questions, and I have some other people.
Questions from the senator?
The subject matter experts behind me.
Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative Alvin. Seat. I got your name, so I know. That's all right. If you don't want to speak, that's fine. Al Bandano.
There it goes. Thank you. My name is Al Brandano, and I am the Assistant State Director for the Convention of States Project here in New Hampshire. I've been part of the organization for a little over 10 years. One of the most amazing parts of Article 5 and all the other pieces that the Constitution gave us is they gave us a roadmap. And that roadmap is right here in front of you. And Faithful Delegate is part of that roadmap. So we hope that you'll vote in favor of House Bill 1170. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. And there's no one else signed up? Oh, maybe we do have somebody else signed up. Mr. Quinn.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gray, Vice Chairman Bursill, distinguished committee members. My name is Ken Quinn. I'm from Bridgeton, Maine. I'm here today in support of HB 1170 as a private citizen and not on behalf of any organization. I've been working on the Article 5 convention process now for about 8 years and have definitely seen a need for legislation like this. I hear oftentimes legislators afraid of actually using the authority given to them under Article 5. They fear this myth of a runaway convention. And so I feel that having something like this in place, especially here in New Hampshire is one of the states where I hear this often, this would be very helpful in alleviating a lot of the fears and concerns that legislators have. We as a nation have some problems, and it's really unfortunate that the states have not exercised their authority under Article 5. You know, since our founding, since 1789, Congress has, yes.
This bill deals with a lot more than Article 5. If your testimony is going to be solely on Article 5,
nope.
I'm going to rule you out of order.
I understood. I'll keep it just strictly. I do want to reference 13 states that already have a Delegate Limitation Act in place. This might be 15 by now. This is something that many states are participating in and securing so that they can have a convention. I would like to reference a recent Supreme Court decision that I think will compare to the situation in Shaflo versus Washington in 2020. The Electoral College, there were 3 delegates or electoral voters in Washington that did not vote according to as the voters in the state voted. And what happened was it got challenged, went to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the state legislatures can control and bind their electoral college votes, and also can find them and recall them. And so the process of the Electoral College is very similar to the Article 5 appointment of commissioners. And if we saw a unanimous decision like we did with this decision in the Supreme Court, then obviously it would apply to commissioners for Delegate Limitation Acts. That's all I'll specify on. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Questions from the senators? Senator Bursill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I noticed that it says on page 2, line 25, it says any vote taken by a delegate from New Hampshire at an interstate convention in violation of paragraph 1 shall be null and void. If they've already taken the vote, how do, and it's outside the qualifications, how do you take that vote back?
I cannot speak directly on what's in place for that process. It's happened in other situations. If we go back to our very founding, the Pennsylvania delegates voted, this was to ratify not the Constitution, but the Declaration of Independence. And so in our past, we've had situations where delegates to conventions sent by the legislatures were recalled based on not voting the way they did. I just don't know the full process and how that works.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Additional questions? Thank you very much. Seeing no one else, close the public hearing, and we'll open the public hearing on the amendment in just a minute. An amendment came to me for House Bill 1397. I ruled it non-germane, requested that a public hearing be scheduled, and it was published in the calendar. In fact, we had to publish an addendum to make sure that it did get, the text of the amendment did get published. Senator Guida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trish is in the process of handing out a subsequent amendment, 1586S, which was developed with the assistance of the Secretary of State regarding some of the things that are in the previous amendment. This amendment is an attempt to return control of a publicly owned asset, the Gunstock area, to the people of Belknap County. In 1959, chapter law was enacted, and you should have, and if you don't, I'll provide you copies of that chapter law, which was enacted specifically to prevent the kind of debacle we're witnessing right now in Belknap County, where we have a power play going on between the members of the delegation and the Gunstock Area Commission. A commission, I might add, that has turned the mountain around, as will be, I think, testified to by a subsequent speaker, from basically a maybe win, maybe lose financial situation to the point where they currently have a $9 million balance in their account. This is an asset that belongs to the people of Belknap County. The 1959 law was enacted to prevent interference based upon political agendas, interference based upon differences of opinion that change every 2 years as a delegation changes. It was intended to give stability to this commission, to empower it to do what's necessary to run the business affairs as a business, not as an agency of county government. County government retains the oversight of the ability of borrowing money. The commission can't do that without permission of the county. And the county receives a stipend equal to 1.75% of its total gross revenues 45 days after receipt of an audit. The audit has been done every year. It's due in August, it gets done, and pending that audit, the findings thereof, which, by the way, have been without comment, no negative remarks whatsoever, for the operation of the mountain by the Gunstock Area Commission. This bill, my amendment, makes the Gunstock Area Commissioners, instead of being elected by a delegation that changes every 2 years and can change its political opinions and thereby impact the operations of this mountain, it turns the election of those commissioners over to the people of Belknap County, the voters, in a countywide election every 2 years, along with every other countywide and state election. It'll be a nonpartisan election, as affirmed by the Secretary of State, who has been, in this amendment, authorized to develop and produce the ballots, avoiding any 28A issues. The need to put this in the hands of the people of Belknap County stems from the point that legislatures are not executive. The county commissioners are the executive branch of county government, not the legislators. Legislators have oversight over budgets for the county departments, but the 1959 legislation clearly made it apparent that they did not want the delegation driving the business practices of the commission. In 2 attempts to change that law, were shot down in flames, resoundingly defeated in the House. And yet, what could not be accomplished through legislation to change state law is now being accomplished through subterfuge by removing commissioners and replacing them with those who are in a political consonance with the leadership of the delegation. The treasurer of the Belknap County Republican Committee was appointed several weeks ago. The chair of the Belknap County Republican Committee is a driver in this legislation, as are a number of the more, shall we say, radically conservative members who seek to take control of the functions and the finances of a commission that for almost 70 years has done its job very well, and in the last 6 years has done it exceptionally well. I understand this is a serious change, but it is one that I believe belongs in the hands of the people of Belknap County. They elect their county commissioners. There's no reason they shouldn't elect their gun stock commissioners, again, because these commissioners are executive in what they do. They're not legislative. Any borrowing of funds is overseen and requires a majority vote by the county delegation. So they can't in any way encumber the county with any debt that the delegation doesn't approve. This amendment makes it eminently clear that asset belongs to the people and not to the delegation. Makes it eminently clear that the delegation has no business meddling in the business affairs of the commission. And I think it's the right thing to do. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Certainly, Senator.
Looking at the language of the amendment, so the only discretion the secretary has is whether to print the ballot as part of the general election ballot or as a separate ballot. He doesn't have discretion as to whether or not to conduct that specific election, correct?
Correct. And the reason for that, if I may, Mr. Chairman, the reason for that is that there's a possibility that you could have multiple people signing up. And so it may take a separate page to list the people that have applied for the 3 positions, or the 5 positions, I should say. And so, again, the Secretary of State's in consonance. This would not in any way change anything else with the ballot, other than his ability to print a separate sheet if he needs it because of the number of applicants.
If I may just follow up, and that would particularly be the case in the first election, since all 5 seats would be open, but for various durations of term.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. Representative Norm Silver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senators. My name is Norman Silber. I'm a state representative from Belknap County, District 2, towns of Guilford and Meredith. I'm also a member of the Executive Committee of the Belknap County Convention, and I'm the chair of its investigative committee under RSA 2417. Gun stock is entirely within the town of Guilford, and I can see some of the ski trails from my front yard. My testimony is in opposition to the amendment to HB 1397. I have no opposition to HB 1397 that passed the House on a 216 to 124 vote. The Gunstock ski resort is owned by Belknap County and its taxpayers and has been since 1959. Its area, to give you an overview, those of you who are not overly familiar with it, it has 1,840 acres compared to the state-owned Sunapee's 1,135 acres. Contrary to what some might say, it is supported and subsidized by the Belknap County taxpayers. Real estate taxes of $6,587 per year on property valued in excess of $15 million is all that it pays. And the Gunstock food and beverage operations compete directly with private businesses in the area that must pay full taxes. Several years ago, Gunstock could not pay its bills and bonds as payments became due, so the county had to do a bailout of over $6 million that was to have been repaid to the county by Gunstock. Partial repayments have been made, but there's still a substantial balance unpaid. The nature of Gunstock is that it is a ski area. It's a recreation area. It's not a true resort. People come to Gunstock for a daily ski and then they go home. This is not a true resort in the conventional sense of having numerous amenities, etc. The major project of Gunstock, the major product that Gunstock produces is snow. So it is highly dependent upon weather. This past season, it was a very good snow season, combined with the limitations on travel imposed by the COVID epidemic. meant that lots of people who might have gone farther north or to other areas went to Gunstock to ski for the day, and they drove the revenues up. All it would take for Gunstock to run into financial difficulties again would for there to be 1 or 2 warm winters, warm, rainy winters where the snow was not good for skiing. The 1959 enabling legislation establishing the Gunstock Recreation Area created the Gunstock Area Commission. And for those of you who don't have because the law of 1959, Chapter 399, was not folded into the RSAs, I have copies of the enabling legislation for everyone. The enabling legislation establishes a 5-member commission setting forth its oversight duties and setting the staggered 5-year terms of the commissioners and providing for the county convention to have the appointive and removal power. The Belknap County Convention consists of 18 elected state representatives covering all parts of the county. Contrary-wise, the county commissioners, the 3 county commissioners, run in separate districts. So the county is divided into county commission districts. When a Gunstock commission vacancy occurs, here's what happens. Ads are published soliciting applications. Applications are received and reviewed by members of the convention. Public hearing is held at which interviews of applicants are conducted, and a vote is taken to fill the vacancy. This has been the process since 1959, 63 years ago, and it has worked well. Contrary to what you might have heard, there have in the recent past been no commissioners removed from the commission. We had one in the past 12 months. We had a commissioner resign, and we had another commissioner, it was discovered, had overstayed his term. So his term had expired. There was no removal action by the delegation. To my knowledge, there has not been a formal removal action of any commissioners. There is no reason to change the process that has been effective for the past 63 years. If it is not broken, it does not need to be fixed. Therefore, I urge you to reject Amendment 1218S. And I'll open to any questions.
Okay, questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Greg Hugh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, all members of the committee. My name is Greg Huff. I am representative of Ward 3, Belknap County, District 3, I'm sorry, Belknap County, Laconia. I'm here today to speak against the amendment 1218S sponsored by the senator from District 2 and the representative from Sanborn for HB 1397. There are 3 points I offer to you to consider when reviewing this amendment. 1, the genesis of this amendment. 2, the content of this amendment. And 3, the non-germane nature of this amendment. The Belknap County delegation, in executing its lawful and traditional obligations of duty to fill open positions on the Board of Gunstock Area Commission, chose people to fill those positions, those important positions, that the authors of this amendment did not favor. So here we are addressing this poorly thought out and thinly veiled attempt to circumvent an appointment process that has been successful for 63 years and by a duly elected county delegation. I would like to give you a little bit of background as to how we came here today. For 62 years, the process of appointing Gunstock Area Commissioners has been the same. In those 62 years, there have been 45 commissioners appointed, not including the 5 that are currently serving. This all began about a year ago when Gunstock Area Commission asked the county delegation to remove one of its own. The delegation voted to take no action as it found the allegations to be baseless and not sufficient cause for removal. Then, at a subsequent delegation meeting, a scheduled appointment was made. However, 3 of the Gunstock area commissioners were publicly displeased that the delegation did not appoint whom they wanted. It was then that the media firestorm was released upon the county delegation. In the following year, the local paper printed 260 articles about Gunstock, the bulk of which were slanted against the delegation. This does not include many full-page ads disparaging the delegation and its elected leadership. A commissioner for Gunstock soon resigned, requiring the delegation to again appoint a new commissioner. It was determined that the appointment was for the remainder of the term. Again, the Gunstock area commissioners were not happy when their chosen applicant was not appointed. As an unexpected consequence, it was discovered that a current commissioner who had been appointed in the same way had been serving illegally for approximately 18 months. Once the error had been found, the delegation was required to appoint a commissioner to finish out the vacant seat and its term. It should be noted that the Gunstock Commission during this time has sued the county delegation on 3 occasions, all about these circumstances, all resulting in great cost to the county and losing all 3 suits. In the process, the courts found in favor of the delegation. Oops, I think I went one too far, sorry. Again, the Gunstock Area Commission was not happy with the chosen applicant that was appointed. My apologies. 62 years of no problems. In fact, this process has yielded record profits over the past 2 years, as you have heard. And even through the pandemic, it was reported that there's been a $9 million surplus to the Gunstock recreational area. Now I present the curious timeline. Last year, no bills were filed for this issue. This year, no bills were filed for this issue. 11 days ago, the sponsor of this amendment called a meeting of less than... Yes, sir?
If you're going towards germaneness, I've already ruled that it was ungermane in accordance with the Senate rules. Publishment of that in the calendar and the public hearing makes it germane, so that you're going against my ruling right now if you continue to talk that the bill is ungermane as it's presented before you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't believe I was to that point yet. And I'll avoid that point because it was
preemptive.
Okay, thank you. 11 days ago, the sponsors of this amendment called a meeting of less than a quorum of the delegation members to encourage the appointment of a particular candidate. And the co-sponsor of this amendment attended. 10 days ago, 2 candidates applied on the last available day to do so, bringing the field of 4. 7 days ago, the desired candidate who was supported by the sponsors withdrew his application and supported one of the new candidates. 6 days ago, the delegation met after a hearing with public input, interviews with the candidates. The delegation appointed a candidate that was not who the co-sponsors of this amendment endorsed during the appointment process for the position. Just want to make sure I don't the content of this. HB 1397 is about the length of term for Rockingham County. This amendment, I believe it would go to what you're saying. I'm sorry, I apologize. Just give me one moment to make sure I'm where I'm at here. We have a representative form of government and not a direct democracy. This is an important distinction. With a direct democracy, every citizen would be responsible to know and understand, as well as be involved with every single issue of government. This is not practical, possible, and it is not good government. Even here, we demonstrate representative government. It would be impossible to know all the bills here in Concord. So we have smaller groups of people who are specifically in tune with specific issues, and we rely on their good judgment as they are representing the whole body. We have 18 delegation members representing over 60,000 people. The vast majority have no knowledge specific to gun stock, yet gun stock is theirs. However, there are about 1,500 zealots who desire this amendment to succeed. Therein lies the lack of representation. This bill would make over 60,000 Belknap County residents financially responsible for the whims of 1,500 people. 2% telling the other 98% how things are going to go is hardly an improvement in fair representation. To avoid stepping on everything else, I will cut to the final point. I close with this thought. To purposefully not have proper public hearings or proper debate when introducing legislation, and I believe the bill's sponsor slipped and called this legislation, that will affect over 60,000 residents stretching over the entirety of Belknap County, so that a small percentage of elite special interest folks may steal from the citizens what they could not lawfully attain is reprehensible and below standards held by legislators to keep the public trust. I ask you, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members of this committee to please do not allow this amendment to move forward, and I will take any questions that you may have of me.
Questions from committee members? Seeing none, just a caution, Representative, when you're speaking and you're speaking negatively about an individual, either directly or indirectly, you are dangerously close to getting called out of order. So just for future, just, I allowed you a little latitude there, and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and duly noted.
Representative So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senators, for allowing me to testify. For the record, my name is Mike Sylvia. I am representative of Belknap County's District 6, town of Belmont. Furthermore, I am the chairman of the county delegation. Since Representative Huff gave you a pretty good rundown on the history of this issue and the reasons for my opposition to this amendment or any amendment that further tries to do the same sort of thing. The delegation has been interested in one thing at Gunstock, and that is good governance. The Gunstock Area Commission is a public body, and it needs to operate as a public body and in obedience to our Constitution and specifically RSA 91A. That has become a very big problem over the past couple of years. And if you were to go through the minutes of the Gunstock Area Commission, you would see that over the last few years, prior to last summer, there wasn't much attendance at the Gunstock Area Commission meetings. Primarily myself and Representative Ray Howard. Occasionally an employee of the area who was not part of the team giving the finance information to the commissioners. So it was a very quiet body, not a whole lot of interest. And as I say, the 91A issues started popping up, and you can look through the minutes and you'll see the problems. There are subcommittee meetings with no references to the subcommittee making any recommendations. It's just kind of sitting there. As far as this current scheme where the delegation is the body that appoints and removes commissioners, it's actually working quite well. The idea that every 2 years we have an election As you know, some of you have been in the legislature for a fair while. The turnover is about a third to a half, depending on the year. And there's a fairly steady group that keeps an eye on things, so it's not like things are drastically changing. I won't speak of any of the members that come into question or the votes, but essentially they were supported until we started having issues with 91A. So Representative Huff brought you up to speed on some of the legal issues. I should note that he made a misstatement regarding 3 lawsuits. There were not 3 lawsuits, there was 1, but there were 3 rulings, and all of them were in favor of the delegation in our defense. Unfortunately, we had to spend taxpayer money to defend ourselves from a government body. Particularly egregious is the vote of the Gunstock Area Commission to sue the delegation. The suit was voted for by 3 members whose actions were being challenged. They personally had a conflict of interest and went ahead, and they were the only ones to vote to approve this lawsuit. It was it's quite shameful, and frankly, that is a huge problem. With that, I think Representative Huff covered the history very well. If you have any questions, I've certainly been a member that's been following Gunstock more closely than most.
Questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Representative, did you want to speak? Okay. Then I want to get rid of the last name on here first. It looks like I'm going to ask for help. Maybe McMahon was the last name on the second sheet.
EJ Clear.
It could be. It's not. It's not.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward J. McClear. I was the last one signing on the list. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to say to you that Gunstock has been a major, one of the gentlemen spoke before, it said Gunstock is not a resort. It's run year-round. It is a resort, and it does feed the local resorts in the community. I owned and built Mill Falls at the lake in Meredith. We had 171 rooms. We usually had about 80,000 people nights. And during the winter, we sold 500 to 800, maybe some really good years, 900 or 1,000 ski tickets there. It was important to our business. We did weddings and other events, but they did weddings and events, and they still do. And they would draw people into the community, and we would help house them. So they were very important to our business, and I know that they were very important to the other businesses in the community. And so for that, I would say that it is a resort. We had 171 rooms, and the Gunstock Area Commission put people in charge now of running the commission, that knew, other than being able to ski, knew almost nothing about the hospitality business or the ski business. And they are pretty much one and the same. And I was the one who overstayed his term which I didn't realize I was overstaying my term. I answered an ad in the paper that said it was a 5-year term. When I swore in, the paperwork said I was a 5-year term. When I was brought in, and Mr. Sylvia was asked how long the term was, I was told it was a 5-year term.
We don't need to go into that part. That's.
Oh, no? Okay. Good. Then I think that's probably all I have to say.
All right, questions from committee members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name's Alvin C. I live in Loudon, and I'm here on my own behalf. I am opposed to House Bill 1397 as well as Amendment 1218S. The amendment, I think, provides for wrongly seizing control of county-owned property from the county which owns it. I think the appointment of directors and the overall control of Gunstock Mountain must remain with the county delegation and the county commissioners of Belknap County. This Senate committee may want to consider whether the provisions of this amendment constitutes a taking of county property and then giving it to a third party, which is prohibited under the Constitution, Part 1st, Article 12A. As to the underlying bill, HB 1397, I think this should also be rejected, as it, if changing the length of terms for office of county commissioners is a good idea, it should be done in all counties and not a piecemeal approach. This would be possibly a good subject for a study commission to get a better understanding of all the issues and complications involved. I urge the committee to vote no on Amendment 1218 and to recommend inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1397. Thank you.
Thank you. We've already held the public hearing on 1397 without the amendment. So, thank you for your comment.
I understand that now. And I think maybe I was thinking I was signing up on that bill when it was really the other bill that you called me for. So,
Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you. Kevin, Leandro.
Thank you, Senator Gray, senators. My name's Kevin Leandro. I'm a resident of Belknap County. I'm going to try and give you a very abridged version. A lot's already been said, and I don't want to be redundant. Senator Gray, you've already spoke to the the germaneness of this, and I guess it is germane because we're now having a public hearing. The original bill relative to Rockingham County could be great legislation. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't live in Belknap, in Rockingham County.
That's not before us right now.
Right. My concern is, if this could be allowed, that if this language, this amendment is added to that bill, it makes what otherwise could be a good bill a bad bill. It's completely irrelevant to the bill in itself, and probably should, if this is the intention of the authors or the sponsors, it should be done on its own piece of standalone legislation. That being said, like many before me have already said, there's been some conflict between the delegation and the Gunstock area commissioners. There has not been anybody actually removed. I've heard it addressed that the delegation is systematically dismantling. They are not. There's been a resignation of his own free will. There was somebody overstayed their term. There was an actual vacancy due to an expired term. That's the last three. This process has worked for over 62 years. Just last Tuesday, less than a week ago, there was a hearing held, or meeting, by the Belknap County delegation to appoint a Gunstock area commissioner. It was posted in the newspaper. They've received 4 applications, which required the applicants to give their resume and a letter of intent. Most of the delegation was in previous contact with all of these nominees as they called to campaign for themselves, as you would imagine. Public hearing was held. They were interviewed. Interview process included. They had 15 minutes to give a monologue and a synopsis of their history and why they want to be a Gunstock area commissioner. Following that, there was 15 minutes of question and answer session by the delegation. Following that, after all 4 was interviewed, there was a public comment session where people could stand up and advocate for or against whatever candidate they felt was qualified or unqualified. The delegation held a vote, open, transparent, and fair. They came up with a candidate. Candidate's highly qualified, as all the candidates that night was highly qualified. I should mention that they started with 4 candidates. One had, as Mr. McClare had said, he ultimately withdrew his letter of intent, so it was down to 3. This process works, folks. It's worked for 62 years. Gunstock's in good hands. Now, I want to speak to the actual language of this. If we're going to elect countywide, elect commissioners to the Gunstock Area Commission, just some rough numbers. We have a county commissioners, a 3-member board of county commissioners. Each one of them roughly represents a third of the county. On average, to get elected to run a successful campaign for a county commissioner, it costs somewhere in the neighborhood of $8,000. Now you're asking people to run countywide. It would be the only countywide race outside of, I believe, treasurer and sheriff. It's going to cost in excess of $20,000 for somebody to get appointed to a commission that pays $25 per meeting. That's roughly $250, $300 a year. That limits the participation of average citizens in Belknap County to the uber wealthy and influential that can afford to put out that kind of money to get elected to this kind of board. Do we not want representative government of the people of Belknap County, not just the uber wealthy of Belknap County? There's so many things wrong with this bill. I don't want to disparage. I don't want to talk bad about anybody, and I'm not going to mention anybody. I do want to talk to the intent of the sponsors. I believe you can draw that conclusion yourself. I'm just going to say this amendment tries to do what a frivolous lawsuit didn't do, which is to remove the statutory authority of the delegation to appoint and remove commissioners for cause. Thank you.
Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. David Strang.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Senate Committee. My name is Dr. David Strang. I'm a resident of Gilmanton in Belknap County. Most, if not all of you, know me from prior testimony before the legislature on a number of bills. I'm also a commissioner and the current vice chairman of the Gunstock Area Commission, or GAC, and I come before you today in vehement opposition to this misguided amendment to House Bill 1397. To help you understand what you are being asked to get involved in, if I may, I would like to give you a very brief recap of the events that led to this amendment. For 63 years, the original Gunstock area statute, passed in 1959, has worked exceedingly well. It gives the 18-member county delegation, all representatives elected by the people, the right to appoint and the right to remove for cause the members of the GAC. Due to a combination of resignation, normal term expiration, and the discovery that one commissioner had overstayed his term by 16 months, 3 new commissioners have been elected to the GAC in the past 5 months. This has not set well with some, and it is a matter of record that all 3 of those commissioners that were recently elected, myself included, were not the choice of the sponsors of this legislation. Their response is this amendment. Additionally, within the last year, 3 members of the GAC sought to remove one of the other commissioners. And when a thoughtful majority of the Belknap County delegation not only refused to agree with them, but instead expressed concern about their behavior, they sued the Belknap County delegation. These 3 litigious commissioners, supported by the sponsors of this amendment, lost every court decision in Belknap Superior Court. And last Tuesday night, when the 18-member delegation refused to appoint someone to the GAC that the sponsors supported, they filed this amendment, which would wrest control of the appointment and the removal process from those with whom they disagree. It's just that simple. Currently, to be elected, any qualified person simply submits an application to the delegation and is interviewed for the position. It's very easy. But this amendment would require a prospective gunstock commissioner to campaign over all 11 towns of Belknap County, an area larger than all New Hampshire House seats and larger than many, if not most, New Hampshire Senate districts. On average, there are only about 2 candidates a year for these openings on the Gunstock Commission. In some years, there is only 1. But this amendment would further reduce such low numbers by selecting only the very rich or the retired for these positions. It would disenfranchise qualified candidates like myself and Mr. Doug Lambert, who was just elected last Tuesday night, because we are still working full-time and do not have the time to devote to such a lengthy county-wide campaign. It would also, and this is key, it would also uproot the right of removal from a majority of the 18-member delegation, the current appointing body that represents every town in the county, and put that right of removal in the hands of just 2 of the 3-member county commission. Just 2 people could decide your fate on the Gunstock Area Commission. This is a step backward for democracy in New Hampshire, not an improvement. It would concentrate in the hands of the few power that was held by the many, with all its attendant checks and balances. We should do everything in our power to avoid foolish measures like this, which would push us in a very dangerous direction. In closing, let me remind you that last fall, the county delegation expressed concern about the behavior of 3 of the commissioners on the GAC, prompting them to convene an investigative committee. In the past 7 weeks since my appointment, I have become privy to a number of internal documents and facts that have sadly brought me to share those very same concerns, wholeheartedly and without hesitation. In the next few weeks, these very disturbing documents and facts will become public, and everyone will have a new understanding of why the county delegation was rightfully disturbed. I urge you to be patient and not get involved in this dispute. Let the duly elected representatives of Belknap County resolve this on their own, as they are doing, as the law allows. The process that was established 63 years ago to resolve these issues is working quite well, if you let it. This amendment is a solution looking for a problem. It is meddling, and I urge you to vote it down. I want to thank you for your consideration, and I will be very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions from committee members? Just a kind of a statement, maybe even a would you believe. There is a general provision in the Hampshire law which talks about people who are on committees, commissions, etc., and that they are allowed to remain on that until they are duly replaced. And maybe somebody from NHMA can look that up for me and make sure that it applies even in this, because overstaying the person overstaying on the committee would not be overstaying per that law until your executive committee or your committee or the delegates actually replaced him, and then he would be replaced, okay? So if somebody can check me on that, and I would like to know if that statute is in a place where it does apply to everyone. And I don't think that you know, Doctor, but, you know, if you look it up and tell me, I'm kind of busy up here and I can't do it right now, so.
I don't have the RSA that pertains to your question at the tip of my fingers, but I can tell you that the delegation did act to replace that commissioner when they realized he had overstayed his term.
Understood. Okay,
Would you like a copy of my testimony for?
You can provide it to the committee assistant. Okay, from Meredith, Gary, K-I-E. See, I didn't have to even get that far. And you're going to tell me how to say it anyway.
Chairman Gray, thank you. You're not the first person that's wrestled with that name. It's Kidash, K-I-E-D-A-I-S-C-H. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and representatives of the committee, for an opportunity to speak today. My name is Gary Kidash. I'm a resident of Belknap County and own multiple commercial and private properties in Laconia, Guilford, Meredith, New Hampshire, and my family has owned property in Belknap County on a continuous basis since 1936. My father taught skiing at Gunstock in 1937, and we're very well connected to Gunstock Mountain Resort over those many years. Although I am currently a Gunstock Area Commissioner, I am speaking as a private citizen, not on behalf of the GAC. I support the amendment to Bill 1397 and urge you to pass it. I'm highly qualified to support this bill and have served as a GAC Commissioner for the past 30 months and know firsthand the issues with the appointing authority and the abuses under the current rules. In addition to my service on the Gunstock Area Commission, I have served as the CEO for 6 companies, to include 8 years as president of Stowe Mountain Resort in Vermont and 2 years as vice president and partner of Waterville Valley, New Hampshire, all of which thrived. I have served as a New Hampshire Sweepstakes Commissioner under Governor Merrill, Chair of New Hampshire Tourism Commission 2000 under Governor John Sununu, as well as the Study Committee on the Determination of Mount Sunapee and Cannon Mountain's future. Gunstock Mountain Resort is a very important asset of and by for the citizens of the economy of Belknap County. Gunstock Mountain Resort will generate $18 million in gross revenue with total EBITDA of $5.2 million and $7.7 million of cash flow at the end of fiscal year 2022, which ends April 30th. They will pay Belknap County in excess of $315,000 for the use of the county-owned facilities. This year, Gunstock Mountain Resort invested more than $2.1 million in capital improvements to sustain the business and grow its profits. Gunstock Mountain Resort's annual payroll exceeds $5 million and is a primary tourist attraction during the winter months. The business no longer relies on county-guaranteed working capital. There are no tax dollars that are dedicated to support Gunstock Mountain Resort. There is a very strong and experienced management team in place, and Gunstock is owned by the taxpayers and residents of Belknap County. It's operated very differently from other statutory establishments, entities such as the Belknap County Nursing Home and Sheriff's Department and County Jail that the Belknap County delegation oversees their budgets. GMR generates 100% of its revenue and operating expenses from consumers who choose to buy its goods and services. By comparison, the nursing home, sheriff's department, and jail are funded 100% from taxpayer dollars. Therein lies the significant difference from how GMR is run and the qualifications of those who oversee the business as a board of directors, which are called commissioners, and the appointed professional leadership team. The board of directors must have comprehensive experience, education, and business management that must include financial aptitude, strategic planning, master planning, annual operating planning skills with related experience in food and beverage, hospitality, infrastructure maintenance, and expansion. Any of you who own public stock are familiar with the skills and experience criteria required for a board of directors to be elected, and the same should apply for the GSE. Currently, it does not. The criteria does not rise to that level. The current methodology of appointing commissioners has failed to meet best practice criteria and has blatantly favored political appointments over related business experience and the will of the people. I have firsthand knowledge, and it is well known, that funds were directed to a delegate's 2020 election campaign by a candidate who later became a GAC commissioner who happened to be on the Belknap County GOP treasurer at the time. That recently influenced a vote in favor of that candidate over a more qualified candidate with over 30 years experience in financial management and global exposure to resorts, having been a U.S. ski team Olympic champion, and against the will of the people expressed in full-page ads and numerous rallies. An attempt by the Belknap County delegation to take control of the Gunstock Area Commission and Gunstock operations with House Bill 1078 failed. It failed notoriously. However, in a well-orchestrated effort to change the makeup of the commission using its appointing and removal authority, it took control of the GIC by proxy. 2 of the last 3 appointments were vice chairman of the regional GOP and treasurer of the Belknap County GOP, chosen over candidates with more than 30 years of related experience and qualifications, against the very vocal will of the people. The amendment to House Bill 1397 will prevent this from happening in the future by giving the people selection authority by vote. The purpose of the 1959 Enabling Act was to get politics out of Gunstock, and the GAC was given wide operating powers and authority. The delegation only has appointment and removal authority, but they want the powers of the GAC so they can control the destiny of Gunstock Mountain Resort and lease the property as it has been advocated for many times by the leadership of the delegation. By appointing politically aligned GAC members by proxy, they have gained control of the GAC and are free to lease, privatize, or do with the business whatever they like. This is not what the public wants. House Bill 1078 public outcry demonstrated that. I have a copy of 2,200 signatures here of citizens demanding the BCC leave Gunstock out of politics and be run by professional businessmen and women at the GAC and Gunstock Mountain Resort. Amendment to House Bill 1397 will protect Gunstock and allow the citizens to elect commissioners of their choice as well as hold them accountable. As for some of the comments were mentioned earlier today, more than once in the past 3 years, public management and Gunstock Area Commission were denied a voice at public hearings when votes were being called. And this can be documented by review of tapes of the GAC, of the Belknap County delegation meetings. As for it's worked for 60 years, yes, it has worked for 60 years, but not overly well. Gunstock has always struggled because it hasn't had what you would call a professional business board of directors, board of commissioners, and consequently the management team was being directed by people who were more interested in just maintaining the facility rather than being able to make it everything it could possibly be. The importance of that is today that it's a highly competitive market. It's different than it was in 1959, 1969, 79, 89, and 2009. The market has become incredibly competitive. Conglomerates, private equity money are coming into the market, and Gunstock needs to be able to keep up. In order to do that, it has to be run professionally by professionals who know what they're doing, not political appointments who have little to no experience in managing a business that generates $18 million. If you canvass the current GAC commission with the removal of Rusty McLear, there's not a single person on that commission that has had responsibility for a business that exceeds $10 million. that exceeds $5 million and maybe, and only reaches $1 million. You need people who understand that order of magnitude in business. As for snow and problems with the winter, do not worry about the sustainability of Gunstock. It has plenty of water. It has Lake Winnipesaukee, and it has a permit to draw out of Lake Winnipesaukee if it has to. And it's currently, in the last 3 years, with our new business plan that was put in place by these commissioners that the delegation attempted to remove, we have the state-of-the-art snowmaking equipment and gear, and we can make snow at 32 and 33 degrees. And if you know you live in New Hampshire, at night, it gets down to that temperature very often, and we only need the night hours to make snow over a short period of time. I thank you for hearing me, and I have a copy of my my delegation, short anecdotal notes.
Questions from committee members? Again, just to, as I did with the other people, caution you when you're stating different things. From the way I read this, your testimony didn't point out anything where the members appointed didn't meet the qualifications here. And also, as I spoke before, that the people smarter than I, chapter law that was talked about before, 399 of 1959, 399:4, the last sentence does talk about commissioners staying on until duly replaced, as I stated, even though I believe it is in other portions of the state law. So,
well, to that, if I may, to that point, I'd like to point out that the Enabling Act is very light on qualifications. And if you actually read it, most anybody could qualify for that. I think one of the qualifications, you have to be a skier.
It is what it is.
Right. So one of the things that various commissioners have attempted, including myself over time, is to get that modified without any success or cooperation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And did I generate any other questions from committee members? Okay, guess not. All right. From Alton, Al, P-O-S-N-A-C-K. I love it when they print nice and clear, I still may not be able to pronounce it, but.
It's Al Posnack. Very few people get it right, but thank you. Senators, thank you very much for taking my testimony. I'm a resident of Alton Bay. I've been a skier at Gunstock since 1965, and I have watched it grow and flourish through the good management of any number of Gunstock commissioners and management teams. If you have felt any seismic shocks around New Hampshire lately, they've been coming from Belknap County. What is going on there? Well, in a nutshell, thousands of Belknap citizens are royally ticked off. And what's bothering them is why we're here today. What bothers them is that the Belknap delegation has largely succeeded in taking control of Gunstock by stacking the area commission with members who share their personal agendas. What bothers them is the fact that the majority of this same delegation no longer represents them, the very constituents who they pledged to serve. And what bothers them is that this delegation is trying to blow up a process that has worked well since 1959, as you've heard numerous times in the last hour. That process was set in place 63 years ago by this very body in the form of the Enabling Act. And it established a commission that allowed the resort to operate independently like the business it is. And yes, folks, it is a business. And to put Gunstock squarely on the national map of profitable, successful, go-to ski resorts. If our delegation's intention to disempower the area commission is not clear enough, take a look at House Bill 1078, which was proposed last fall by 4 of its members. 1078 proposed taking budget control away from the commission and placing it in the hands of the delegation. Can you imagine taking budget control, financial control, away from the management of any corporation in that fashion? Well, the New Hampshire House could not imagine that, and they shot down that predatory bill 19-0 in committee and by a huge margin on the House floor. And what do you suppose is next? Last Tuesday night, we got a glimpse. In interviewing 3 candidates for an open commission seat, Chairman Sylvia asked one of the candidates, the eventual winner, what size expenditure by Gunstock's management should require approval by the commission?
Al?
Yes.
We're talking about the process that's in the bill. Some of those are not germane to the subject that we're talking about.
Okay,
Speak more to what the content of the bill is, please.
Thank you, Senator. On it goes, I would say it's hard to adequately describe our delegation's runaway behavior. When 2,400 people signed a petition in 3 days objecting to that behavior, it tells you something. And when you now see overflow and sometimes raucous crowds attending delegation and commission meetings, that tells you a lot as well. Many of those meetings have been truly seismic. It's a shame we have come to this. This legislation should not be needed, but the process is running amok. The spirit, if not the letter, of the 59 enabling statute has been lost. If it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, it's a duck. This mess needs to be fixed, and now. Accordingly, I urge your swift passage of this very necessary measure. Thank you, Senators.
Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much. Weldon Bosworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Weldon Bosworth from Guilford, New Hampshire. And I wholeheartedly and enthusiastically support this amendment. I'm speaking from the outside with no dog in the race, other than having lived in Belknap County for over 3 decades, being a skier for that amount of time with my family, hiking the trails, which I map for the public and so forth. So I've been really PO'd over the last year or so about what's been happening, about this drama that's taken place. Now, yes, a few of the people who've testified earlier say that the process has worked good for 62 years. Well, I would say the last year and a half or two, it's failed itself. And it's failed itself because the majority of the delegation, in my opinion, have shot themselves in the foot. They basically put politics over being essentially a board of directors to a well-qualified commission. And instead of supporting them, they're challenging them on every point. They're doing it in a way that basically has messed up the whole relationship between that. And now Gunstock Mountain, Gunstock area is now a political football. And the latest appointments is stark evidence of that, passing over 2 very well qualified people, I know. Let me just say that the recent appointees are supporters of the somewhat fringe political agenda for the majority of the delegation. And that may be skirting the boundary, Senator Gray, but anyway, that's all I had to say. I really urge you to consider this strongly and think about the ramifications, what happens after the next elections if somehow another delegation gets power to do something else. It could go on and on. Let's stop this nonsense now and give the citizens, not 1,500, as someone said, a majority of the citizens in Belknap County that actually utilize this resource and participate in what it can provide, a voice in the future.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mike Borders. Sorry, Representative, you didn't mark it. So
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I come here in support of this amendment to the bill. Being a member of the Belknap County delegation and an elected representative, the people have loudly spoken that they want this to go through. As you saw, there's over 2,200 people in favor of this, many more signing up as we speak. I think it's only proper to give the citizens of Gunstock, not of Gunstock, citizens of Belknap County the opportunity to have a say on who gets to run this jewel in Belknap County. That's my short spiel, but I just wanted to come out and in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the senator? Seeing none, thank you very much. Frank Roach.
We've had a very long afternoon, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak 100% in favor of the amendment being proposed relating to Gunstock ski area. My name is Frank Roach. I've been a resident of Belknap County for the past 47 years. I have practiced real estate in the Lakes region for 46 years. I own a company that generates over 170 million in sales in Belknap County and Grafton County. And I talk with an awful lot of people who purchase commercial properties, residential properties, and second homes. One of the things that we're forgetting today is that Belknap County isn't just local residents. Belknap County consists of approximately 30% of seasonal residents. In fact, in Moulton Borough alone, 60% of the town is comprised of seasonal homes. People coming from Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York. And why do they come here? They come because of our beautiful lakes, our mountains, our rivers, and our beloved Gunstock Mountain Resort. Since 1959, Gunstock has been a calling card. We are New England's playground. And without Gunstock ski area, we wouldn't not only have the winter aspect of our economy, it basically is the engine that provides tremendous support to all the local businesses and all the local economies spreading out beyond Belknap County. It's a ski area that everyone is so proud of. Since 1959, the relationship between the delegation and the Gunstock commissioners has been extremely favorable. Unfortunately, during the last year and a half, I've been embarrassed as a resident of Belknap County to see the way our ski area and the related forces that are trying to govern it get thrown around, not only locally, but regionally and into other states. It hasn't been just the Laconia Sun that's published these articles. It's been the letters to the editor in various newspapers. It's been in the Hampshire Business Reviews. It's been other regional papers and NPR radio. Everybody's picking up at this. And from my perspective, it's a total embarrassment as being a resident, a taxpayer, a business owner. Everybody has good intentions, but we got to look at what's going on right now. We've had a ski area that's been exceptionally well managed. And I'm a skier. I grew up skiing. I raced in college, okay? I have friends that are in the ski industry. My former partner just retired 2 years ago as president of Vail Resorts Worldwide. And ironically, he's a Rochester native, okay, who grew up in New Hampshire and moved to Vail. He learned how to ski at Gunstock Ski Area. I see some of the proposals that are being thrown out by the Belknap Commission relating to the future use and ownership of, not ownership, but future use of Gunstock. And that includes leasing the ski area out, cutting some of the services, not putting money into the needed capital expenditures.
Frank?
Yes.
We're not talking about what the commission is doing or not doing with the area in the future. We're talking about how to select various commissioners, et cetera.
Correct.
So if you get back down on the...
Okay, I apologize, I'm sorry. Yep. I got off track, but basically what I'm saying is I know the individuals who were on the Gunstock Commission, and I know who they appointed as managers to run the operation. And all I can say is the feedback that I receive as a realtor, being there in the front lines and working with people who are moving to our area and being encouraged to come here because of our natural resources, they've indicated to me and all my associates that these guys and gals have done a commendable job. And I would hate to see it change from that, and I hate seeing the way in which we've taken people off of the commission without having public input. I think that these positions should be voted on by the general public in election so that it's fair and honest and it represents what the taxpayers of Belknap County truly want and not just the wishes of a number of people who are on the delegation that is not the majority. And so those are my comments. I think we have something great to preserve, and it's all in your hands right now to try to consider what's the best direction for it to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
Other
much.
questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. KESSIN, Lewis? Oh, you left it blank, so I asked. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Representative Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Representative Tim Lang. I'm a three-term state representative. I currently serve as the chairman of the House Fish and Game Committee, as well as I serve on Ways and Means and on JALCAR. This amendment before you, I want to clear up just a couple things that were said to make sure we have facts in process. In my 3 terms as a state representative, not a single county taxpayer penny has been spent on gun stock. It is completely self-sufficient and self-sustaining. It manages itself. Last year, there was a bid by delegation members to try to wrest control of the budgetary process of the ski area in House Bill 1078. That was soundly defeated to give the delegation control over the budget and hiring. Sorry, this side. One of the things I want to call your attention to, I can't remember who said it, was talking about the interview process and why I think this should go forward. 15 minutes of monologue, 15 minutes of questioning, and then we decide who's going to run a multi-million-dollar company. As compared to what this bill would do, which give and that's decided by 18 people who runs that. Compared to this bill, which will be a 5-month vetting process from the June filing date until the November election date, and it'll be vetted by 61,000 Belknap residents to make that decision about who should run gun stock and how that should happen. Additionally, there was a conversation about this is only going to be available to the wealthy elite because they're running a countywide election. And I just remind everybody here, which I'm sure you know, the treasurer, the sheriff, the county attorney, the probate, and the registry of deeds are also countywide elections. And at least the people I know that fill those positions are far from wealthy people. That this can be done on an average person for an average person. It was called into question my motivations for filing this amendment with Senator Guida. I'll have you take a look at the original 1218 amendment that was filed. That date is in March, long before the last person was elected to the Gun Stock Area Commission. This was filed before that. That was not the motivation. One of the other items I think about when I'm doing this amendment was the idea of the role of government. You have legislative role and executive branch role. So in here, we've switched some of the roles of this to match the actual role of government. The legislative branch, as we all know, is around taxation and appropriation. That's its dutiful process. The executive branch is about operations, hiring and firing. So again, you'll see in here that I shifted the role of this after the election over to the county commissioners, which is the executive branch of county government and rightfully should own the operations aspect as well as the appointment and hiring and firing authority. The one thing I'll call attention to again is the fact that every person, or nearly every person, who spoke in opposition to this bill has a direct power relationship to this bill. They want to retain control and retain power. This bill gives up that power. I'm giving up that power by asking you to adopt this amendment. Instead of the 18 legislators, I want the citizens of Belknap County to manage this. You've heard about lawsuits and removal proceedings and malfeasance, and all of this has happened again, which is what brought us to this point, is that for everyone who says for the last 63 years this has been working, I will tell you in the last 4 to 5 years it is not working. This is where we are with lawsuits and everything else. By making this an elected position, we change the power dynamic, we take the power away from the delegation, and we give the power to where it belongs. The people of Belknap County who own that asset, they get to decide who's going to run their mountain and who's going to manage their mountain. The legislature, you'll notice there's some reporting rules in here for finances and projects. Again, the Gunstock Air Commission will have a statutory requirement to provide a financial update to the county as well as to every single town within the county to show them what the financial status is, as well as the project status of any capital project that's going on. Again, I think this is a well-needed bill. Again, 250 articles in the newspaper. I'm tired of reading them because of the mess that's been made out of Belknap County. This amendment fixes that mess, and I'd urge you wholeheartedly to support the amendment and to pass the amendment, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. There were 8 additional people who signed up, 5 support, 2 against, and 1 neutral on the bill. And with that, we'll close the public hearing, and I'm going to take a 5-minute break before we come back because we do have bills that we need to exec that have FNs on them. I know. I don't intend to, but these 4 people here can overrule me, but I doubt, I seriously doubt that we would take it up. Okay. I can only say it's not my intent. Yeah. Hi, Brian. Well, I did see your name on one of them, but it wasn't on this one, so I apologize. All you got to do is send an email to Trish or send it to the committee, and everybody will get it. All right. Good to see you. Okay, now we're back, and I'll take a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
Senator Susie, Senator Birdsell. All those in favor? Aye. Aye, opposed? Seeing none, we are in executive session. I am told, well, I'm told that we also have to do 1170 because there was a note added to it. Okay, that's the delegation one. And that does have per diem payments and mileage payments, et cetera, in there.
Does anybody have a problem with it? Just keeping it to policy making? What else, what other topics would they cover? Everything?
Well, that's part of the problem is that when you go to Article 5, it says that you can have an Article 5 convention.
Period.
And it doesn't,
You can't limit what happens in the Article 5, correct? Are we?
that's part of the argument. Okay, one would say in this bill, and I would use the preface, the statement that one legislature can't bind another one, but when you get down to page 1, line 23, you know, you got to come back anyway to actually pick the delegates because they're picked by the legislature. And then I did have the $100 a day. I mean, unless, and this does not say that we are supporting an Article 5. It doesn't say that we're supporting the other ones. The cases that I read in the law about other conventions, I'm going to put the word in quotes, and the actual reading of Article 5, I don't think it really helps. I don't think it really hurts.
I thought Senator Reagan, he kind of spearheaded this a few years ago, and I thought he said they already have it in the convention, that it's only, you're limited to what you can discuss. The legislature has to limit it to what they're discussing.
Well, certainly that would be one of the things, you know, the balanced budget amendment, okay? That is one of the big things. All right, but if they come in and have an amendment that deals with something else,
but I still,
say an abortion amendment, okay? We would, you know, there would be some of us on this committee that would be strongly opposed to them doing anything like that.
well, I didn't think to ask the sponsor, but it creates a procedure for recalling and replacing delegates to policy-making conventions. If they've already voted, the vote's taken. You can recall them, but it's too late.
Certainly that is not specified in here, and yes, but oftentimes it's not just one delegate. It may be the 7 or whatever they talk about here, but coming together with those delegates and casting one vote for New Hampshire. So it may be the case where, you know, 5 voted in favor and 2 voted against.
What are you going to do, replace the
So
5?
you could, well, what I was thinking, it would have been one of the 2 that voted against, or the 2 that voted against it, or whatever. So that, but.
I would move ITL.
Well, do we have a second? We have a motion of ITL. Discussion.
Ruth? Limiting the authority of New Hampshire delegates. ITL is on the table with,
I guess I'm probably going to have to vote against the ITL because I don't think it does anything bad. Okay. And so is there further discussion?
I just don't think it's workable as it's drafted.
I hear you, Senator. And all those in favor of ITL say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, they say nay, nay. So it sounds like it's 4-1.
No.
3-1? 3
3
to
to
2.
2.
Okay, I thought I heard it the other way. All right. So ITL passes. Senator Susie, you made the motion.
Sure. One down.
One down. Okay, sticking with the bills that we heard today for a minute, relative to ballot overvotes.
I move OTP.
Second.
We have a motion by Senator Birdsall, second by Senator Susie for ought to pass. Do I have any discussion?
Wait a minute. That's not an FN, is it?
Right, I'm trying to, I'm gonna wipe out as much of this stuff as I can. I'm gonna make you ladies work until,
Hey.
till you mute me, I guess.
I'm going to shortly.
Okay.
I want to do the FNs first.
I would just say on 1163, this looks like a great fix. Thank you, Representative Porter, for bringing it forward.
Yeah, I think it would be I know that I talk to Tom Murray all the time, and he is all over the overvotes, and it is a problem.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Do I have a motion for consent?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion for consent. All those in favor of consent, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Senator Birdsall.
Yeah.
If any of these get long, we'll skip them, but just trying to get the low-hanging fruit here. I'm going to hold on the election challenger because I do think that there needs to be some minimum distance that they need to
Yeah.
to be
6 feet is
away,
too close.
or say, you know, cannot touch, cannot whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to assign some work on that to me.
Or an enforcement mechanism if people fail to do it. I mean,
In Rochester, the polling place that I used to run, there's a hall outside, you know, leading to the bathroom and different things. So we pull a table up that's near it. Is it within 6 feet? So moving on to 1667, which is the veterans credit. My quick look at the statute would say that if they've enacted it, it's enacted. And if we take out the words Title 10 or whatever, it's still enacted. And if they don't like what we've done, they can either take it out or they can change the dollar amounts. Other comments before we get a motion? Okay, who's got a motion?
Move on to pass.
OTP, and we have a second. Further comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
move consent.
Consent. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I'm going to take that one out. Senator Birdsall's not the only veteran on this. Collection of compost.
I'll second.
We have a motion of ITL,
What number is that?
1406.
So,
06.
1406.
you're looking at something different? Okay, let's wait to see what your motion is.
The motion was ITL.
No. Oh, yes, it was.
It was.
It was, but I think Ruth might be looking at a different bill.
All right, let's start over again on 1406.
I'll move ITL on 1406 compost.
Senator Ward seconds that.
Okay.
The testimony that we had from NHMA and NHDES was that it's already allowed in statute,
Yeah.
same as our other bill. Is there further comments or discussion?
I just wanted to make the comment that having been on city council and acting under interpretations of 149, it can be confusing. So I'm glad that we now have the legislative intent to interpret this to include compost, in which case I'm okay voting ITL because it's important. Our municipalities do this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion,
I think so too.
seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of ITL say aye. Aye. Opposed? And
Move
consent?
consent.
Second.
Motion second for consent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'll take it up, Mr.
And
Chair.
Senator Ward has got that one.
Senator Wards gets the compost.
That's right.
Well, you know.
I have two piles. I don't know how this happened.
Is 1307 an easy one or not? And Senator Susie, do you have a motion?
I would move ITL.
Senator Susie moves ITL.
Second.
I'm gonna vote in favor of it.
Sounds like this is not an easy one. If Senator Susie and Senator Perkins Coker would withdraw their motion, we'll put that on for another date. Seeing that they did.
Second
withdraw their
accept the withdrawal.
And we pretty much promised people that unless you guys overwhelmingly want to do the gun stock amendment, it's not going to get done today.
Yeah. Let's not. Okay.
Can I? Oh, wait.
Okay. House Bill 144, Senator Susie, you were going to work on that.
I was.
Still
and I have
working?
an amendment drafted. 144.
Great.
Okay, well, then I guess we will come back to it then. I thought it had been handed out. I apologize. It's Amendment 1309.
Could you give us a brief
So this was
explanation?
the bill that modified the absentee ballot request, and I did an amendment that would update the bill with the changes we had in, bill number escapes me, but added that additional language about voter address and,
Physical, mental, or
Yeah.
developmental.
Okay, since
so let's wait.
Since
If
Chris
that's
doesn't
okay,
have it,
we'll make it
then,
priority to get it to her first thing tomorrow.
okay.
Okay.
1021.
Oh, you have an amendment for this one, don't you?
Yeah.
And I think I was the last one to handle the amendment and I signed off on it too. Okay, great.
And I think your amendment is 1505.
1021?
Yeah.
One would hope.
And what's the difference between the
have
two?
one too?
I took Senator Gray's and made one further change.
Oh,
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I don't have a copy of my own amendment. I'm very sorry.
1505?
I don't have a printer. And so I always show up here and I'm like,
Okay,
thank you so much.
I put in the words primarily used and left in the non-discretionary narrow, and that's what Senator Perkins Spolka took out those words.
That's correct. So my change is to line 13. So it now reads, provided that such land or structures may be subject to objective and definite regulations. So I just removed the
So,
words
I
non-discretionary.
think I just heard a motion of ought to pass in preparation for amendment.
No, you did
Senator
the ought to
Perkins
pass. I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, so ought to pass on the base bill, seconded by Senator Birdsell, and ought to pass
I would
on
like to
amendment
move-
1505
Yes.
by Senator Perkins
Second.
Spolka
Amendment
and
15.
seconded by Senator Birdsell. So that's 1505.
Well, at least you guys got it printed. All I have, I tried to get it typed up today and Shannon never got it to me, but I'm
Okay.
gonna read it to you and see how you like it
On
on
the next bill.
if it's the next bill. I don't know.
Okay,
You're
whatever.
so haphazard with these. I don't know which. Anyway.
Okay, all right. Amendment
Getting tired.
Amendment 1505, we have a motion that we should pass that.
Yes.
All
I
those in
moved that.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. We have a motion ought to pass as amended now, and who's in favor of that? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Consent.
Opposed, say nay. And now we have a consent.
Second.
And all those in favor of consent, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Senator Perkins Spolka gets this one.
I figured I would get that duty.
Okay.
Okay.
Default budget, 1070.
So.
I still have the same problem that I had during the hearing. If, and let's pick a position, if I want to do away with the assistant road agent, and so I take that out of the regular budget, this bill would have me take it out of the default budget also, and no matter how I voted on the regular budget, it would come out, because if I voted for the budget as is, it would come out, and if I didn't vote for it, then we go to the default budget and it would come out. And to me, that's just not a lot of, so,
I talked to the town manager and she was very upset about, she said, I have no flexibility, I can't do anything. So
Yeah.
she said, please take it up next year, but do some research in between and talk to everybody, all the town managers,
all right, so do we have a motion on 1070?
ITL.
Second.
ITL,
Second.
by Senator Ward, second by Senator Birdsall. Additional discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Move consent.
Move consent. All those in
Second.
favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Everybody's got a bill so far. Anybody who wants to start the second round?
I'll start.
Senator Ward. Next one I have is 1082. I think that this is well-intentioned. If someone is running for the positions in here, I want to be able to track their spending for running for the position. And the way this is worded about political committees and political action committees, I don't think it makes the mark.
It could be somebody spending $400
Yeah,
in postage and stationery. I mean, that's not unusual. And
well, we gotta get it up over 500 so that we.
500, you're right.
501.
is- But
Right. So as much as I think that's well-intentioned, and if you said that they can't be, you know, a member of a political action committee which is supporting other candidates who would vote on the position that we're talking about them running for, but I don't have time to do that. Does anyone else have time to massage this one?
No,
So
but I mean, I think
interim study would be
interim study.
our Senator Birdsall, right?
I think it's worthwhile.
I agree.
I think we need this.
And when we look back to Mr. Von Ostrand, okay, and there were some questions as to some of the campaign donations that he made prior to running for Secretary of State. Were they good, bad? I didn't look into them enough to be able to tell, but that was the concern that was brought to me, not necessarily that, just that individual.
But this language doesn't address that.
Right. And
Then I'll tell Catherine if she gets in again, I'll work with her on it.
okay. So interim study,
Yep.
Second.
we can even give you a third probably. Okay, further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Move consent.
Move consent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And I'll take this one now, since it may be a little more sensitive than
This one makes me a
some
little
of the others.
queasy.
Next one I've got is 1153. Pretty much the stuff that this is talking about is stuff we already do. It does make it clear that we do want a request from people. So certainly, I don't see the problem in putting that language in. Other comments?
Well, we went about a process years ago to try to streamline the process to make it easier. I mean, as we've said, it's conceivable that a ballot gets mailed out, but it's never going to be counted or made part of any process if their application for registration isn't approved. So,
I can tell you that in Rochester, in probably the 2000s, okay, there was an absentee ballot for a particular person. They were an older person. And after we figured all of the things that went wrong, because my numbers were off by 1 at the end of the night, we actually found 2 absentee ballots from that same person, because they probably came in to do it. And then, you know, when the clerks went to the nursing home or whatever, gave them a ballot there, or vice versa, you know, and because we didn't, you know, when the clerks get a ballot and it's already, come on. Just turn you on. You know, when, on a presidential election, when you have hundreds and hundreds of ballots, you know, and you get a stack at the clerk, and the clerk says, well, oh yeah, they're already checked off, and put it in the file. So I don't think it's wrong. I can understand your argument that it may not be, you know, absolutely needed, but voter confidence is one of the things that we're looking for. So I'm not sure what the motion is going to be, but.
well, the only thing that concerns me is if what about the instances where they request an absentee ballot and a registration at the same time? If you have to have a registration first, you're talking additional time. That's kind of what concerns me.
And not that it would apply in this situation, but my vision for the future, and there's a bill that Senator Avard may be putting in about marriage licenses and stuff. There's an awful lot of things I think that the clerks could do over a video conference. The clerk in Rochester took the oath of office for one of the police commissioners over a video conference. Looking at the statute, I don't see that there's any prohibition against that. She could see the individual, he could hold up the signature, send a PDF file of the signature. And this the same kind of thing is that if someone applies to register to vote, can they do it over a video conference when the documents are passed back and forth through the email?
It's still requiring a synchronous interaction that could take time to schedule, though. I mean, I guess to me, if there's no risk of the ballot being counted unless you are registered, then I just think we're adding burden. And I understand your points, Chairman, and they're good ones. I just don't have concerns about our elections. I think they're fair and safe. So.
And we work every day to make them even better.
That's very true.
All right. So if I look that way, I'm gonna get an ITL motion. If I look this way, what kind of a motion? is it gonna be?
I'm going to move ITL.
Second.
I just have a lot of concerns about, I love Peter, but
Okay, we have a motion for inexpedient to legislate.
How about an interim study?
You take back your second?
Sure.
Okay.
Gentler.
Second. Oh,
You can. Okay, so we have a motion for interim study. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Move consent.
Move consent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. And anybody?
Sure.
All right.
yeah. We'll see, we'll check it out.
$11.94. Okay, I wrote. No, this isn't that one.
I move ITL. Second.
You what?
Move ITL. Thank you. Second.
Okay,
I had a conversation with my school board chair and
all right, I'm probably not going to support the ITL, so I'll speak to it. When I looked into the statute and looked for the tax cap language that's in the sections before this, pretty much that same language for tax caps in towns and stuff is in there. And this one is tailored for school districts instead, or, et cetera, by putting in the average daily attendance, et cetera. I did write an amendment.
oh. You did?
Yeah, the amendment doesn't change a whole heck of a lot, but it does change, that is the one I wrote the amendment on, right?
You wrote it on 1393.
All right, so forget all that.
This one was the override. This one had a lot of technical
You go
issues.
back and look at my
Yeah,
notes.
because that they couldn't, and the sponsors and advocates for couldn't answer the questions about how it would even work mechanically.
Well, there's, the thing that
And we did
concerns,
tax cap stuff last year, Senate Bill 52, it was Senator Abard's bill for this, for city chargers.
well, the thing that bothers me is it doesn't take in consideration the money coming in from the feds and the grants. If you would just cap the town portion, maybe.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna, I think there's a lot of problems with it.
Yeah, even if you agree with the stated goal of the policy, I don't think mechanically this gets,
Yeah, I mean,
this ends up,
I agree with the policy, I just don't think
Constraints.
this is the,
Well, and this is also the one where, you know, procedurally, like on lines 20 and 21, it says the adopted operating budget shall be reduced by appropriations already raised to remain compliant, which is not like a legislative act. There's not a new budget proposed. It's just a, I guess, discretionary changing of the budget. So this just seems procedurally flawed to me, regardless of the underlying philosophy.
I do agree that if, does it take 2/3 to bring in a tax cap?
I believe that it takes 3/5
Yeah,
to
what
bring
we
that
said was
cap in.
3/5 to put in.
I
But I
do,
think to override it right now,
it's a 50
it's
plus.
only a simple
Simple
majority.
Right.
See, that I have a problem with. I think if,
it's a simple majority of the elected body, right?
Well,
does it
the
depend on how
legislative
you
body would be the voters in a traditional town.
In a traditional town, yes.
All right, this one is not an FN. Okay? I would be more supportive of going to the original wording of the statute and putting in that it takes 3/5 to override it. What do people think about that?
I think I'm okay with that, because if it takes 3/5 to bring it in, it should take 3/5 to bring it out.
Didn't we, wasn't there another bill where we
There's the school.
left in place the simple
Wait.
majority?
All right, I don't want to, since I've already got you here and it's 20 after,
Yeah.
if I can get a withdrawal of the ITL motion and withdraw the second, then we're gonna put that back on the file.
Because we still have FNs to do. 1393.
We just did.
The village district one? 1393.
Oh, no, 1390. 1397 is the Rockingham County, which we just heard.
Yeah, 1393 is the budget capital schools. Right.
Oh, maybe that's the one I'm thinking of.
Okay, I have moved on to 1203. And I think my latest amendment is 1560. Now, the original bill took out a lot of the SB3 stuff. Okay? So that's still in here, and that makes this thing very long. But the things that you will see are the things that if we had introduced the amendment
Yes.
on 418,
Anything else at this
Uh,
point?
This is exactly what you had.
yeah,
You see, might have-
so that kind of stuff is in here. It allows them to use additional information, allows a person who is on the checklist at the beginning of the election to verify 2 additional people. Again, the smaller I can keep the list of people that I'm investigating, the better off I am. If you guys, this is an FN, So, discussion.
I think the amendment makes a lot of practical changes. I mean, the Senate Bill 3 language had to come out anyway. We're trying to do that in a couple places. I don't know where 418 ultimately ends up, but I think this is very reasonable and very modified in what it changes. I mean, allowing for verification of an individual by someone else on the checklist, I think is quite reasonable and also gives you a much better line of investigation.
Because the form that the secretary would have would record who did the certification. That's not in here, it would be in his training materials. And it also requires that section of the form where they would provide additional information. And certainly, being the skeptic that I am, if somebody didn't give me a phone number or didn't give me an email address, didn't give me a name and address of somebody that would always know my location, those would be the first ones I'd investigate. Just the way human nature is.
So Senator Gray, just to clarify, I mean, this is not exactly the floor amendment, right, that you offered for 418. It did not.
No, it is not exactly that. The instructions that I gave OLS was to take the existing 1203, take out the stuff about the 30 days and separate registration form and all of that, make it so that it didn't conflict with 418, but put in the stuff that I had in the amendment to 418 that never was put before the legislature.
Okay.
It only took half a Saturday to do it. You ladies haven't said much.
We have to act on this one today, right?
Yep. Or come back some other time that would be a terrible time to do it. It would be nice if I could go with the changes that I wanted to put in and just put them in. But because of the SB3 stuff coming out, I can't do that because I affect all the same things. And so I stuck with, and if you go back, it was Tim that put this original bill in, and then that was kind of gutted by House election law and put in some other stuff. And I took out pretty much all of that except for 654-2 things that he's got in there.
Yeah,
And left that in.
but those weren't Tim's things. Those had been
No,
changed.
those
from
were the
his-
things that Representative Gruen, former Senator Gruen, put in. Again, I was not trying to gut the bill that the House passed because I want the House to concur with the amendment should it pass the Senate to get back.
Did you run this by Representative Griffin?
I sent her a copy. We've talked briefly, but not specifically on this. And if they non-concur, then
I'm concerned about section 1, right?
Yep. Roman 1, the changes to that part of it.
Those are not my exclusive concerns, those are my big concerns.
Why are you concerned about section 1?
Well, what about, I mean, a person present in New Hampshire for temporary purposes shall not gain a domicile for voting purposes. I mean,
That's
domicile
existing
is,
law.
right, okay. I mean, we need to make sure that we have, if people are here on a short-term basis, right, that they can.
Well, this has to be out today.
You're looking for a motion on the amendment?
On the bill.
Well, first on the bill and then on the amendment, depending on what the motion on the bill is.
I'll move on to pass.
We have a motion of ought to pass.
I'll second that.
Do we have a motion on amendment 1560?
Ought to pass.
Second.
Okay. Amendment 1560. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Post.
Nay.
3-2.
If we weren't changing the 654-2 language, I
Right.
could have voted for it, but
And I understood that when I wrote it. Again, that was, as I said before,
yeah.
the House had things that they wanted in that bill. Keeping that language kept a lot of what they were doing. But again, I did take away all the 30-day stuff along with the SB3.
Yeah, and
It's like it takes out in, so domicile for purposes of voting is a question of fact, and then this, an intention, and the current law says is a question of fact and intention, coupled with the verifiable act or acts.
But that's part of
Carrying
the
it out.
SB3 words. The verifiable act, and then you went down into the rest of that statute for SB3.
I guess it would be easier if I, yeah. But this is repealed and reenacted,
Right.
so it's impossible to tell what was SB3 language.
I understand that. Sometimes the system works for us. Sometimes
Sometimes it
not.
doesn't. Sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield.
It's a good
Sometimes
song.
you need to divide the question.
Huh?
Sometimes you need to divide the question.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we've passed the amendment 3-2, and now we are on the main motion as amended. So the motion is ought to pass an amendment as amended. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of ought to pass as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
And I will take that one out.
Huh? I know.
Actually, we've done two because year 1170 was technically an FN. Okay. Health officers. I think someone was talking about interim study before. Discussion on.
What number are you on now?
1268.
1272.
Did you skip 1268 on purpose?
Did I?
Yeah. Which one? 1268 was limiting the authority for city council bylaws and ordinances.
Well,
That's not an FN. Shouldn't we do the FNs first?
well, I'm trying to be pushy, right?
I
And
know
I
you
admit it.
are.
And I admit it. All right, 1268, that was the nuisances. And I had those same words that I mentioned in the last bill, mentioned on this one, is that there was some discussion of interim study the last time we spoke.
I would move interim study.
We have a motion of interim study, and I'll second it.
It's on 1272, right?
No.
No, we're doing 1268 now. We're-
I know.
Go back and forth.
I tried to do 1272, but everybody said that I skipped 68. I
1268.
apologize. Okay? We're looking at House Bill 1268 right now, limiting the authority of city council bylaws and ordinances, and motion of interim study. made by Senator Perkins Coker, seconded by Senator Gray.
I don't even see the reason for interim study on this. I mean, certainly the
Hey,
two largest cities have
to
weighed in.
change it, it takes extra time.
I get it.
All those in favor of interim study say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No,
4-1.
it has no merit.
Okay. I'll take that one out too. Now we're doing 1272.
I move ITL.
Second?
We have a motion of ITL. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Consent?
Consent?
We have a motion for consent.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. And.
I'll take this out.
Bertzel. You're gonna thank me next week. We've only got a couple of bills to do. You may curse me as you drive home today.
Is this going to be on an addendum? Yes, I am, by the way. Is this going to be, are these going to be on an addendum this week or?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
There's a considerable number of bills on there.
70.
All right, this is the one on the school district stuff.
What number?
1393.
1393.
My vote is to ITL. I have discussed this or heard from a lot of my superintendents. And
1393?
Yeah.
Second.
they'll do the adoption of school district budget caps. And I think, personally, I think it's a huge issue. And I would, if anything, I think that we need to look at it much more closer and talk to some of the school administrators and, really listen to them. So.
Okay.
I don't even have it. I know I'm an ITL on it.
Yeah, but see, ITL trumps it and the amendment doesn't go anywhere until and I will be voting against the ITL motion because I think that the language in there is consistent with the language, the tax caps and other entities, government entities. But is there further discussion on the ITL motion?
I just have to vote against it, that's all.
I understand. All those in favor of ITL say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay? Nay? Okay, 4-1. Who wants to take it out?
I'll be happy to take it out.
Senator Ward wants to take it out.
Wish I could find it. No, I know what it is.
Next one I have is 1467.
I brought it to the meeting. That's- okay. What? 1497?
67.
Oh,
You have an amendment on that. No, that was the one today. That's got the Belknap County
It's not
amendment
an
on it.
FN.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of intimated that we wouldn't take it up.
Okay, 1467. I wrote an amendment on that too.
You were busy, weren't you?
All right, this is the one for recounts. It was, to me, it was too open-ended. And so I wanted to limit the number of recounts that you would do. So I said that it would only be state representative races where you would do these additional recounts. And furthermore, it would only be up to 10 of them. And the amendment number is 1462. I did take this up to Secretary of State's office. He neither confirmed nor denied, but said it would help to limit what he had to do. If you want the number to change greater than 10. You know, some years that there are more than 10 recounts. But, you know, there's nothing that, what I was trying to do by getting to 10 was that the Secretary of State then would be able to try and schedule those 10 that were selected at random to have the additional races counted early in the process, so that if there was a discrepancy identified, that
Thank you.
the individual involved in the discrepancy could make the decision and it would not necessarily increase the recount period. A lot of words to say.
I know.
So if you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, then you ITL it or whatever. But the process that we have through the committee does not do any hand count towns.
Mm-hmm.
It only does AccuVote towns. This would do both.
But I was going to say, I think the recommendation of the committee that spent quite a bit of time this summer looking at it is focused on where there really seems to be concern, and that's machine counts. So I don't know why hand counts or what that's going to accomplish.
Well, in my estimation, that the machine counts are much more likely to have a smaller deviation in a hand recount
Mm-hmm.
than a hand count town in the recount.
And I agree with you. I think the people that have come forward to testify about concerns about the process have that inverted. They somehow believe that hand counts are going to create fewer errors, when I think that's actually not.
Human error is greater than, I think.
How many of you ever did counting on election night before the machines? All right. In Rochester, the standard process was you take people, put them in teams of two. One person reads the ballot, one person marks a great big list that's got all the races on it. And they're trying to go as fast as they can because they want to get home to dinner and sleep.
Well, depending on how long your polling hours are, they've been there for 15 or 16 hours before they start doing that detailed process, so.
Well, you're going to have to speak to your moderator because I want to keep it down about 12 or 13.
If
Anyway.
the polls are open 13 hours, you gotta have a little bit of time to prep at the big time.
Well,
Understand?
you know, this is a rarity that you actually have Michael Yakubovich and Representative Bergeron together.
Bergeron testified in support.
Yeah.
When
So
we-
didn't the Secretary of State, and so didn't Liz Tantarelli. Only one person didn't support it.
Well, look at,
Yeah, I don't have any notes.
we bored another one. You didn't hear me, I guess. All right. So do you want the amendment? Not want the amendment? Do you want the bill? Not want the bill?
I'll move on to pass. Wait, are we doing the, ought to pass on the bill?
Ought to pass on the bill, and I'll second that, or Senator Warden seconded it. Okay, now, do we have an ought to pass motion on Amendment 1462?
I'll move on to pass.
All right, we have an ought to pass by Senator Ward and a second by Senator Birdsell.
The other way around? That's all right.
Senator Ward's hand went up long before Senator Birdsell said yes. And so whichever way it's reported, I'm happy with. All right, further discussion.
Chair, I'm likely to vote for your amendment because I believe it's an improvement to the underlying bill. However, I think our existing elections are fair and transparent, and there hasn't been a problem, so I'm likely to vote against the bill as amended.
Okay, all those in favor of Amendment 1462S, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's a 5-0. Okay, OTPA, further discussion, seeing none. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
3-2. And since I wrote the amendment, I'm going to take it out.
No, it's ought to pass with Amendment 3-2, right?
Yep,
Okay.
Yeah.
and Gray's taking
Get my
it out.
numbers right, yeah.
1496. I wrote an amendment on this one too.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
I know, and you know, sometimes on the weekend I don't have anything else to do.
It was freaking
Other than
Easter
play with
weekend.
my
You didn't have something
grandchildren.
else to do, like hide Easter eggs?
Play with my grandchildren, and everything else. All right,
Yeah.
what the
Yes,
the
please.
amendment does, it is I don't like these bills that come through saying spreadsheet format. Okay?
What?
If I'm getting one of these, I don't want it in spreadsheet format. I want it in a database format, MD, whatever. MDF is one of the initials that I used to, but anyway, so what I did is I went in there and took out some of the words, that they can request a physical copy or an electronic copy, and then down later, if the person requests electronic copy, the supervisor checklist of the town clerk shall notify the person requesting
Do we
a
have a-
copy of the electronic. If you don't have it, I can give you mine.
I don't have it.
You've essentially limited it to, you can request either a physical or an electronic copy, but the only electronic copy you get is what the supervisors and clerk make
And I
available.
think he did.
Well, what is available?
What is
not-
available, not make available,
Right.
but so that they don't have to convert data to a spreadsheet of what they have in the database.
Right, which is consistent with RSA 91A right now, that you don't have to generate a new record
Right.
from existing records to give them what they want. If they wanted, you've got table A and table B and they want some hybrid in between them, you don't have to generate that. And that's the same logic that was used here, is that if it's available in a comma separated values format, which is importable into most spreadsheet programs, then you can get that one.
Somebody moves up to pass on the bill, I'll second.
All right, we'll move on. Well, I'll move on to pass. I can
I will
actually do
second
it.
the off the pass.
All right,
And then if you want to move on your
and
amendment.
I'll
I will
move on
second
the
that.
amendment,
I'll second that.
1598S. Yes, ma'am.
I'll second the amendment. I just wanted to comment that I do think it's important if the towns are gonna start making electronic copies available, if that is something they maintain themselves, then it just would behoove all of us if they have a version control, system that is robust to ensure that there's always clarity on the master copy. That's just my comment.
Okay. And if they're downloading this from the ElectionNet software, there would be a date of the download, and that would be your version control,
Great.
as best I know.
Okay.
Any other comments on?
I'm just going to say, because when I spoke with Tom Murray about this, because he's the one that found all those discrepancies in the overvoting, and he purchased the information from all the towns. It cost him $8,000. $25. That brings it down to $5,100. But why are we charging a fee of $25 for an electronic version?
Because it's the election data, and historically for the what would be the checklist, but it's a download of the election data, which includes the last X number of elections. And, you know, for voter history and stuff, that's what the traditional has been in the database.
Thank you.
I don't disagree, but I also have to explain to them why I'm voting to charge, because they're saying this is public information, it should be free. If that's existing law, it does take staff time to convert that, to provide it to the individual.
If the individual went to each town and says, okay, I want to see your paper copy, and I do happen to know someone who brought his own copier with him, okay, and got permission to take, you know, that they took the records part, took the staples out, and they ran them through the copying machine, there was no charge, okay? Just like any other record that you go and you know, ask them to see it, if it's something you can see, and you're not making a copy of it, they don't charge you for it. In the law, there was always that, whether some people think it was punitive or to try and limit the number of people that would go out and get this large database of people's names and addresses, it has been in the law that way for a long time. If you want to change it, probably today isn't the best day to do it, but.
Okay.
I move the amendment.
I did. Okay,
Either one of us.
doesn't matter, yeah.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the bill as amended. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And consent?
So moved.
Again.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody want to take this one out?
Sure.
Our last one.
So I didn't get, because I only got the language from Rick on Thursday, and I wasn't up here Friday. I've tried getting it to Barbara, but, so this is relative to consequences resulting from election official misconduct. So what he had suggested, and I'll run it by you guys, if you like it, then we can do a committee amendment, but Rick had suggested the Secretary of State shall have the authority to investigate misconduct by election officials. After a hearing upon finding of misconduct, the Secretary of State may issue an order barring those officials from serving as election officials. And shall order the municipality to pay for the investigation.
Does anyone run that by the secretary?
No, but I will do that.
So is it,
All
so the
right.
Secretary of State actually conducts the hearing following the investigation? It's not the ballot law commission or the hearings officer?
All right, since that's not gone through overlash yet, and we want it to be reviewed, then I think what we need to do is that language, or whatever language comes out, needs to be done as a floor amendment, and that we need to take action on the bill depending on what you think, independent of that, and take care of it that way. Is there anybody who disagrees with that?
Given the timeframes, that makes sense.
So,
Given the timeframes, that makes sense. I mean,
Should
It
we?
came out of the House,
It's Thursday, it'll be a week from Thursday.
Yeah, that's true.
So there is,
came out of the House on a voice vote. But the amendment right ahead of it had a margin of 187 to 165. So I think that the language that I heard from Senator Birdsell, that I can understand that, and I think that it's
Well,
appropriate.
I will have it drafted tomorrow because I'll be here really early. I have a 8:30 meeting. I'll have it drafted and I'll bring a copy of it to the Secretary of State and iron out some of the issues if he has any.
Well, I would make the motion myself of ought to pass on the bill. If there's a second, then,
I'll second.
One second.
okay. And since the amendment isn't written yet, we'll do it as a floor amendment. If there is a floor amendment, okay, all those in favor of further discussion on ought to pass motion? All those in favor ought to pass, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Yeah.
3-2. And Senator Birdsell, you get to take that one.
Yep.
Wow. Good, guys.
Further discussion? Motion come out of executive session.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Our business being completed for the day, we are adjourned.
we only have 5 bills left.
And here we are already thanking our chair for making us do all that work. Won't be the same at the end.
Yep.
Doctor's appointment. Do you think we'll be done?
Hey, we've only got 5 bills.
Yeah, well,
There's no hearing.
doesn't mean anything.
And there's no hearing. No, one should be fine. How long do I need to give you? If you got 3, you gotta be out of here by 2:30, what?
2:15.
2:15, all right? That'll be my goal.
We had a meeting on Monday. Yeah. We got time. We can't really meet earlier than that. Unless I skip the meeting, which I wouldn't want.
How much of this stuff is mine and how much is yours? Huh?
Yeah. This stuff is mine,
What about that stuff there?
not mine.
I'll take it with me.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye.
I might be able to get there on that amendment, but I need to look more closely at the language that section 1 where you, if it were just deleted, it would be easier to follow.
And take a look at it. And, you could always come talk to me. I didn't see enough changes in it to give me heartburn. When you hijack a bill from somebody,